Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Sorry that it has been so long. I I had a week last week. One that wasn't great for me. But I'm back. And I'm going to be doing an Endwalker marathon. So, I'm going to be trying to push myself, maybe go for like 6-7 hour sessions for the next couple days, see if I can't get Endwalker done by the end of the week. And in order to help me out, I've come up with a couple more versions of myself. There's this one, and this is just general upset. We've got normal sad. We've got crying, because I will be crying. And angry. Because I'm sure something somewhere will make me angry. Oh. That's wrong. There we go. God, technology. It's shit sometimes. Anyway. We have to get this show on the road. Which means starting at some point. The next ship to sail. Lex, do you have some time to talk? I certainly do, Alphina. I would like to gather everyone in Dawn's respite and together assess the situation in which we find ourselves. Let us take stock of the facts, shall we? The crisis at hand began with the sudden appearance of ominous towers in a multitude of locations throughout the world. We have since learned that said structures were brought into being by an organization known as the Telophoroi. The Telophoroi's stated purpose is to recreate the final days of eons past, an apocalyptic event that would result in the destruction of all we hold dear. Already have these towers of theirs been the cause of untold suffering. Countless innocents kidnapped and imprisoned, their faith perverted for primal summonings. And unless we can find a way to deal with the corruptive aura surrounding the spires, we can't even get close enough to rescue anyone. Those shielded with the blessing of light seem able to resist being tempered, at least. But after what happened to Arenvald and Fordola, we need to be very, very careful about how we proceed. Yet, while these threats close to home are of paramount concern, we mustn't lose sight of the situation in Garlemald. As you know, the Telophoroi are under the leadership of Fandaniel, and one other delightful fellow, Xenos Ye Galvas, the Crown Prince and our dear friend. To date, he's reclaimed his old body, murdered Emperor Varus, and plunged Garlemald into an even deeper pit of chaos. The capital has probably seen the worst of it. For a good while there, it saw the bloodiest fighting in the War of Succession, but this has since changed, and in troubling ways. Aye, during our reconnaissance, the air was not once rent by the barking of cannons or the cries of discord. 'Twas an airy fog of silence which did blanket that ruined city. The inhabitants appear to have been tempered, and with nary a word spoken did they labour to transform the palace into a soaring edifice born of nightmares. If they were indeed made thralls, it would seem safe to assume that these events too were orchestrated by the Telophoroi. Everyone's going to have their say. An army of primals is awful enough, but in light of recent developments, I fear it is only the prelude to an even greater catastrophe. We need to devise a means to counter this threat, and quickly, before our allies are overwhelmed. We'll find a way in Charlian, I am sure of it. Master Fourcheneau's comments regarding the final days were curious, to say the least. The Forum knows more than it is letting on. You mean the bastard who abandoned his kids? Okay. Sorry to interrupt. We've just received word from Mistress Crow. Oh, God, that was a strong strings hit. She says that arrangements for your visit have been finalized. You're to head to Limsa Lominsa and board the next ship bound for Charlian. And on arrival, present yourselves as associates of the students of Baldessian, come to assist with the Order's restoration. The little ear wiggle. The arrangements may be settled, but what of your thoughts? They must race at the prospect of returning home after so long. I am eager to see it, of course. Of course. We should set off at once. Everyone's in agreement then. Then I'll accompany you to the docks. You need at least one person there to wave and cry and wish you a safe journey. Thank you, Tataru. I appreciate the thought. Really. Alright. Well, we have to go and say hi to that bastard of a dad they have. At the very least, give him a good smack. Did I ever get that aetherite? I think I did. Yes, of course I did. I can go outside. Of course I did. Ho there. Everyone's here, which is good, because I've already paid for your passage, and the fee is non-refundable. The ship for Charlian should be pulling into port soon, so please follow me and have all your luggage close at hand. I get the feeling I'm going to be talking quite a lot, so I'm going to be reducing the amount of weird voices I give people, so that I don't strain myself. Good game of spot the protagonist. Who could it be? Hmm. Hmm. I suppose so. That's a hell of a way to. Just call him a Stinian boy. I keep saying it, but it's. Well, it has been. I've done the equivalent of, what, 10 years of story and expansion in 2-ish years. But I did not like these people to begin with. But now? I know they're not going to kill any of them off. I know that. They had their chance with Thancred. They botched it. Hmm. Oh. Don't worry, my dear. We'll all be fine, I'm sure. I'll bring them back safe and sound. I promise. Oh, it's they. I don't think they ever gave him a voice. I think this is the first time he's ever been in a voiced scene. I appreciate it. Calling back to Hori and Coultonay like we haven't been ignoring them for several expansions. We shall leave it in your capable hands then, Hori. And yours, Coultonay. We will, Tatara, don't worry. So they gave Hori a voice, but not Cold today. Meh. Hello, Emmett. What are you doing in my head? Why are you here, Emmett? I'm not. I appreciate it. In the astral sea? Is it. Okay. What are you doing here? Genuinely. Now, what does Charlian look like? Because we've seen old Charlian. Answers? Heidelin? Why now? You. Huh? Was here feel that's Heidelin, and they're playing answers. Why are they playing answers? Who the hell? What? You have to be important. Okay. Hello? Heidelin. Heidelin? Heidelin! Took you long enough. What? Why now, Heidelin? No? I'm still just as confused. Okay. This is known. Oh, okay. That. Why do the ancients love giving me more questions than answers? God damn it, Heidelin. Okay, it's fine. Ah, welcome to the world of the waking. Not yet. Just admiring the fact you lot slept on the floor. Oh, that's the riff from the advert. It was such a good riff. First step, on this grand adventure they have for us. The fact that he's a voiceover means he has to have some role in this story. So far, everyone who's had a voiceover has had some part in it. It was, what? Was Laure Fortin, Lise. Was it Emma in Shadowbringers? No, it was Graha in Shadowbringers. So everyone who's had a voiceover has had a fairly major part in the story. You can't not at that point. We can just say we're students of Baldessian, can't we? We can just sneak in. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Yeah, there we go. I can work with that. I forgot. He is a student of Baldessian, isn't he? This is a very pretty city. I'm seeing a lot of domes. I'm seeing a lot of arches. I'll have to take a look at the buildings when I get a chance. Didn't want to let the man have a go. Weird. Whatever. Um, Surely they would have big neon signs. Okay. So yeah, there's going to be a magical warning system when you walk up and go, Alizé le veilleur. And they're going to go, you're not supposed to be here. They were students, weren't they? Surely they get a small pass. Yes. And that's why we're going to give him a big smack around the back of the head. Basically, don't go stomping up to House Levier and go, let us in. The two idiot dragoons. Technically am an artisan. Lex Jade, adventurer by trade. Yay. Just say adventurer. I cry. He's homeless and adrift. All these fancy people, these students of Beldessian, and the two homeless people in the back. Let's. Oh, that statue must be the waters of Thaliak. Oh. Thank you, my dear. Yes, that's the statue of Thaliak. If memory serves, they worship Thaliak, the god of knowledge, here. Greg. That's a good name. I'm glad I spotted your ship coming into port. The officers are born bureaucrats and sticklers for detail. In any case, you may relax and take a moment to get your land legs back. Bum, 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 bum. There we go. I'm going to do that, just so there's a little more space on the screen. I had thought to launch directly into an explanation of what I've learned and how we might proceed. But this is Lex Nestinian's first time in Charlian, and for the rest of you, a homecoming that was long overdue. You must have places you wish to visit, and people you're dying to see. Therefore, I propose we postpone our agenda so that you all may have sufficient time to recover from your journey and get your bearings in the city. Once you've settled in, we can reconvene at the Baldessian Annex. How does that sound? 'Tis a fine suggestion. We may not be welcome at the Levier estate as such, but I should like to know us round the neighbourhood all the same. I am equally untethered, as it were. There is no particular place that my kin call home. Still, I would not pass up the opportunity to reacquaint myself with the city. Likewise. A quick tour of our old haunts might even yield some useful gossip. The annex was west of the Aetheryte Plaza, wasn't it? I shall join you there anon. Yes, we'll see you there. I, too, have places I would be remiss in not visiting forthwith, by thy leave. What of you, Astinian? My service as a guide are yours for the asking. That won't be necessary. Until we reconvene, I prefer to wander as the wind takes me. But I could... Oh. I ship it. They have good chemistry. They do. Well, Raha, would you like to join us then? You've been gone for quite a while, and this would be the perfect way to refresh those dusty old memories of yours. It has been 100 years. Oh, of course, if you'll have me. Come, Lex. Charlian awaits. I look forward to the guided tour. I am going to do quickly. Most of these were set up for... There we go. I like that one. After you, my friend. I am more than content to follow your lead. Oh, this is when they introduced the escorting quests. Yes, yes. I remember these. Oh yeah. I rearranged my oh no, come on, there we go. I rearranged my room recently and got a new case for my PC. And it's just it's been all over the place. I've got cables everywhere. All set? Then let us be on our way. Our first stop, amusingly enough, will be the last stand. It's a cafe on the west side of the harbour. They're following me. Oh, that's right. I already have all of these. Now that is a sight one could hardly forget. The great statue of Thaliak. It was Thaliak. I thought so. As a student of Baldessian, I was usually quartered on the Isle of Val, but I would gaze upon the scholar's wise features every time I returned by ship to the city. It's known as the Thaliak Stoa, so named for the statue of the scholar. Here we are, the last stand. I may have mentioned this before, but that is just a modern waitressing outfit. Sometimes the game forgets that it's supposed to be fantasy. Although our research into nutrition and food preparation is quite extensive, the average Charlian tends to regard seasoning and flavour with a certain indifference. How can I put this? The food is... it's bland. As encapsulated by our infamous Archon loaf, the prevailing sentiment towards cuisine is dietary value first and taste a distant second. There was one pupil at the studio, however, who could stomach the school's insipid meals no longer, so he quit his lessons and poured all his savings into building a proper eatery. And so the last stand came to be. It is, as the name implies, the sole dedicated outpost to fine dining in Charlian, the one and only bastion of the culinary arts on an isle of otherwise mediocre fare. I seem to recall their burger being held as one of the more impressive items on the menu. Not that I ever had the pleasure of eating one myself. Because you were a typical Charlian when it came to cheap and convenient, Raha. But surely Tataru has since taught you how to appreciate a well-prepared meal. We should all stop in when time permits and sample the cafe's delights. Shall we press on? The stairs to the side of the cafe there will take us up to the Aetheryte Plaza. So yes, it's a last to stand against the ignominy the people have given the food of this fair city. Oh, right, I need to look at architecture. We'll do that in a second. It's very obviously Greek. It couldn't be more Greek if it tried. The big swirls, the large stone pillars that form everything, that particular pattern of like grooves being cut into it is very Greek. The vase-like tops of these that serve no purpose, okay. So obviously it's Greek, but it's not quite. The domes were not Greek in any fashion. They didn't use domes almost ever. They had these big triangles. The triangles is very, very Greek. And they didn't do towers unless it was for a military reason, really. Let me go and stare at a wall. Hang on. Nope. I do like the colors. These blues and greys match with the grass very nicely. I'm not sure about the gold, but yeah, that's just personal taste. And this looks like modern brickwork. It's very definitely unique. What I love about it so far, though, is that the very obvious architectural design has been translated to these wooden trimmings as well. It's a lot of wooden arches, and all of their shells are rounded like that. Yes, that's not particularly Greek, but it does look Charlian. They kind of picked the good bits of Charlian. Oh, sorry, the good bits of Greek architecture, the arches, the large pillars, the triangular roofs, and then said, we're gonna stick domes on some of them. And that's cool. As I said, it makes it very unique. Nothing here looks like anything else on Heidelin. I've always said that. They have always done a fantastic job. Click. At making everything unique. From Big Sippy. From the wooden gantries of Gridania to those stout, solid stone bricks of Uldar to the parapets and the spikes of Ishgard. I haven't seen Garlemald yet. We'll see Garlemald. But they are very clearly just modern military stuff. Ingashi was very obviously Japanese. It was just Japan. The roofs and the towers, they just were. Yansha was super nice. I really liked the entryway to the one river, which is just to the Yellow River. And the people in the first had their own architecture, and you can see where all the different bits come from. The people of Ishgard are very obviously riffing off of cathedrals and large medieval structures, and, you know, that's just how it is. But I think this is the most cut and dry, just lifted from somewhere. You don't get that shape. I can't remember what that shape is, but you don't get that shape without just going, okay, we're gonna do Greece. Ancient Greece, to be specific. Modern Greece looks very different, but an unusual shape, isn't it? I assure you, however, that it is a perfectly functioning aetheryte. Remember to attune yourself before we move on. already have. Now, being the diligent tour guide that I am, I should mention of the Confluence, a research facility located in this very plaza. Its much vaunted discoveries are the reason Sharlayan stands at the forefront of teleportation magics. In deciphering the underlying principles of Allegan Aetherites, it allowed us to understand and reconstruct what was essentially a lost art. And off we go to our next destination. Our path leads northeast to the Agora, Sharlayan's largest marketplace. Welcome to the Agora, where you can find wares made in Sharlayan, as well as a wide selection of imported goods. They also used to sell questionable prototypes from the various research institutes, but I think that practice has thankfully died out, for the most part. Otherwise, I can think of no better place to stock up for your next big adventure. Am I overselling it? On a more serious note, the next stop on our tour is one which has particular relevance to our ultimate purpose here. We must head back to the Aetherite Plaza, follow the path north, then climb the stairs up to that imposing building at the very top. I'm going to guess that's where your government is. Where the council is, because there's no way you make an imposing building like this and it's not a palace of some type. You know? It's just one of those things. Water represents more than a... Oh. Oh, that makes sense. I like that. I like that a lot. Okay. Yeah, there's guards out here. This is government building. This grand structure before you is the rostra. The name refers to the original public platform erected here, upon which a forum of elected representatives would deliver orations and debate policy. Although the stage has since evolved into council chambers, the nature of the forum and the duties of its members remained largely unchanged. Am I boring you, Raha? You seem awfully distracted. My apologies. From here, one can see the entire city spread out below. The vista put me in mind of my arrival in the first. Those who had gathered at the Crystal Tower asked me how they might go about building a new home. Naturally, my answers were all inspired by my knowledge of the finest settlement I could think of, the great city of Sharlayan. And bit by bit, those few buildings grew into a town, a community, the Crystarium. I can almost see its echo. I see. Feel free to come up here whenever you wish. I don't think the councillors would object to you simply enjoying the view. Such memories should be treasured. For now, however, the tour must go on. Our spectacle of sightseeing concludes with the fittingly named Journey's End. Walk down the stairs to the east and continue straight ahead. There's another big old building. Okay. The different color garbs represent different years, because so far I've seen green, red, and yellow. We've arrived at Journey's End. History tells us this was where those who put ashore with Archon Nunkrepf built their first homes. In the present day, it serves as the residential district for the most important officials and the oldest Sharlayan families. Ah, So this is where old man Levayor is, then. Excellent news. You'll see that one mansion is clearly larger than its neighbours. Yet that estate belongs to our friends from House Levayor. All things considered, we should probably keep our distance for the time being. And with that, we bring our little Charlian tour to a close. I hope it has been proven to be an entertaining and enlightening experience. Now, shall we head directly to the Baldessian Annex? You remember the way, don't you, Raha? Let me think. We head down towards the harbour, cross the bridge to our right, then follow the path below the Aetherite Plaza. Correct. After you, Lex. Okay. Jesus, I knew they were rich, but I didn't know they were that rich. My God. Okay. Fair enough. I wonder if we'll ever get a Charlian housing section, because clearly they have large, medium, small house shapes. No one particularly cares about the residential district? No, okay. Ooh, bigger than I was expecting, Kryl. I guess I forgot how important the Baldessians were. As the joyous look on Raha's face has undoubtedly informed you, this is the Baldessian Annex. If you continue up the hill, you will arrive at the doorstep of Phenomenon. But I think we've explored enough for one day. We can take you there another time. Inside with you then. Bum, 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 bum. I'm back, and I brought Lex and Raha with me. Ah, you were right about the ship then. Hello, Raha. It's nice to see you again. And it's a pleasure to finally meet you, Lex. I've heard many a tale of your exploits. Ojika? Ojika Sunjika. It has been an age. Allow me to introduce Ojika Sunjika, Administration Officer for the students of Baldessia. He oversees the day-to-day businesses of the Annex. You may recall meeting his cousin Ejika. I thought they looked similar. Was she... Oh, yes, Eureka. I've read the initial reports. Quite a shock to hear what's become of the Isle. Do take care if you have the opportunity to rejoin the expedition. Right, this character has done a teeny tiny bit of Eureka. Right. I need to do that at some point. This place is like a second home for the students. The Isle of Val served as our main headquarters, of course, but we often had occasion to visit Charlian. Whether to make use of the city's research facilities, attend conferences, or procure supplies from distant shores. And the annex here was built to provide lodgings for our members while we engaged in such activities. Ever since our former headquarters, along with the Isle itself, vanished, the annex has served as our base of operations. And yet it feels so empty. With so many lost to us, our organization is a shell of its former self. The day will come when we will see the students rise again. But first, we must ensure that the Telophoroi fail. Through that door on the left, there is the main hall, where we can discuss our options moving forward. Once everyone arrives, that is. You probably have time to rest before our discussions begin in earnest. I've had private quarters prepared for you in the Andron, so please, feel free to make yourself at home. Ah, the nap rooms. Perfect for an afternoon doze. What? Oh, I didn't mean to give you the wrong impression. The chambers are quite well appointed, far more so than some cheap roadside inn, you may be assured. 'Twas simply that we were often so busy with research, or exhausted from journeys abroad, that we would slip into the Andron just to steal a few winks. And thus they became known amongst the students as nap rooms, even if many such naps last well into the following morning. Say the word, and I'll be happy to show you to your chamber. Hopefully the others won't be too long in coming. I'll wait for you all in the main hall. Okay. I can appreciate a good nap room. What does it look like, I wonder? They've cleaned, but there's still a lot of stuff knocking about. Fair enough. Can't do that in New Game Plus. Can't do bloody anything in New Game Plus. Um, bum, bum, bum. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Mm, 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 mm. It's quite alright, Urianger. Recalcitrance, that's a word. Mm-hmm. Okay. That makes sense. Hey, that's me. Mm-hmm. That's how they're gonna get. Okay. That's how they made you split up on this one. That's fair. I want to go to Thavnir. I don't. I don't know about you, but I can only take so many books. Okay. So the adults are going to Thavnir, and the kids are staying here. That's fine by me. I get to have an adventure with the boys. The boys! Yeah, I'm going with the boys. It's this expansion has been really slow burn so far. As weird as that is to say, being 2 quests in, the boys. But these 2 quests have taken probably the same amount of time as it took for us to get into trouble in Heavensward. You know? The whole inciting, go and fight one of the Knights of the Round incident. And now we're just deciding where we're going? Okay. Anyway. Boys trip, boys trip. I have Kryle's instructions in hand. If you're ready to set out, then so are we. Having been to Thavnir before, I can travel by Aetheryte. What of the rest of you? Another sea voyage would waste time we do not have. Kryle was of the same mind, and has already secured the aid of the good folk of the Confluence. We'll take ourselves there. No. The Confluence, thou sayest. Is something wrong, Roger? I am afraid so, my friend. What's up, big man? You alright? Thou wilt recall the hunt for Iceheart, unto whose sanctuary we delivered thee owing to the knowledge of our comrade, Moonbreeder. Oh, I see. Is that where she's from? Moonbreeder was an authority on aetherology, a field of study she did embark upon in pursuit of her parents' example. Both are authorities in their own right, and both are researchers at the Confluence. I see. Haven't you gone to see them yet? I attempted to do so earlier, but to my shame, my courage failed me at the last. As it hath the many times I thought to reach out to them after sending that fateful letter. It's fine, my guy. Honestly, grief is a hell of a thing. And it hasn't even been that long. As far as I'm aware, everything that's happened up till now has been in the span of a year. So, neither time nor introspection have revealed unto me the words I should speak, and thus have I kept my silence. Whether you come with us or no is your choice and yours alone. If it is too difficult, we'll manage. Thou art kind to say so, but I have no intention of forsaking our cause. I shall go to the Confluence, and I shall face that which hath long been overdue. If it's settled, then let us be off. When we arrive, we should look for a researcher named Kite. I like this new quest accept. It's no Shadowbringers. It's definitely no Shadowbringers. Just a fucking guitar riff as you go off to do something, but I appreciate that that's not what they were going for with this. Oh, I just kind of picked that at random. Hello, Kite. Kitey? Kitty? However you want to say it. Well now, this is a rather lot of stern faces. All my library books overdue again. Not to our knowledge. We're associates of Kryl of the Students of Baldessian. We seek passage to Thavner and understand that you can assist us. Ah, the test subjects. Welcome, welcome. Test subjects. Oh, you hadn't heard? Well then, allow me to explain. So, in order to travel to an aetheryte, you ordinarily need to be attuned to it beforehand. Yeah. Otherwise, you can't use it as a beacon to seek out while you're a mess of aether hurtling along the life stream. An inconvenient but incontrovertible limitation of aetheryte teleportation. But what if I were to tell you that there's a way to travel to an aetheryte without being attuned to it? Then I'd say you've revolutionized the world of transportation, but I hear a but at the end of this. A way to teleport instantly to places you've never been. For long years we've laboured to make such travel possible, that people might move about more freely. And we've finally done it. We've created a new kind of aetheryte that doesn't require attunement. Truly, that changes everything. Well, my language may have been a bit misleading. The user need not attune to these aetherites, but the aetherites themselves must have been pre-attuned to each other, thereby facilitating travel between the 2 points. But it just so happens that of our first test pair of aetherites, one has been installed here in Sharlayan, and the other over in Yedelman, a port town in Thavner. As you may know, our nation has long maintained strong ties with Radzahan, and indeed we owe much of this breakthrough to their contribution of their alchemists. So to sum up, we're to test these aetherites. Fortuitous for you. I should mention that an accident has impaired my ability to channel aether. Will this be a problem? Not at all. As a matter of fact, you might say these aetherites were made for people like your good self. The magics imbued within will whisk you away without any effort on your part. A veritable dream come true, and far be it from me to worry about such things, but do we have permission to make use of your shiny new invention? The only permission required is yours, so assuming you're willing, we're all set. It may come as a surprise, but we actually struggle to find test subjects. Most people seem to have an unreasonable fear of their souls gradually disintegrating as they drift helplessly in a live stream, in the statistically unlikely event that something goes awry. It's plain that you're not most people. Mr. Scroll truly knows how to pick 'em. Okay. If I might change the subject, are Master Wilson and Mistress Blovida not present today? Oh, you didn't hear? They've recently resigned their posts. Their expertise was needed elsewhere. A large-scale project owned by the Forum itself, as I understand, but I'm not privy to the details. I see. Any other questions? No? Then let's get going before you change your minds. Please see to your preparations and head outside to the Aetherite Plaza. I'll be along shortly. She's very chipper for about to toss us into what is essentially the void. Okay, well, let's see how this goes. Oh, I was surprisingly close. You'll have to settle for us. This can only go well. When the researcher runs to get away. Okay. Okay. Huh? Why did you tell us that before? Okay. Usually, you have to tell us this beforehand. Did we sign any waivers? At all? Probably not. Bugger. Oh, I see. Teensy weensy little bit violent ethereal sickness. I can only oh. More Emmett. Can't say no to that. Hi, Estinian. Don't look at us like that. I wasn't expecting levity so early on. Oriange, are you okay? Oh, no. Poor guy. You have to be appreciated, Estinian. Yes. Oh. Oh, no. Is this another Alfino situation? Oh, I don't think Oriange is getting up from that. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Estinian, buddy. Oh. Oh, that's not good. The fact that it uses the same effect as being turned into a light warden does not imply anything good. You there. I need 3 drinks, something that helps with ether sickness. By the Manusia, a traveller. I mean, greetings. Greetings and welcome. You are wise, good sir, to come to me. My special amralasi, made with only the finest and freshest ingredients, is famed for calming unruly bellies. By way of a warm welcome to Thavnair, I'm pleased to offer it to you for the low, low price of 19,800 gil. For not 1, not 2, but 3 bottles. A bargain amongst bargains. That's the sort of price I'd expect for food. For raiding. Okay. Price is high road robbery. No, Stinian, don't. I thought you could barely stand. What do you need to tell me that's so urgent? It's a shockingly large amount of money. Wait, I shouldn't buy the lassie. This merchant is swindling me. Sincerest apologies, sir, but I appear to have my prices confused. It's actually 1,890 gil for 3 bottles of lassie. That confusion would have been quite costly for both of us. Very well then, your coin. That's still a lot for essentially 3 yogurts. Here, a bottle for each of you. Take them to the others and get some rest. I'll be back after I've explored the town. Did you say you've already been here? Okay. Disagree vehemently with Astinia. Alright, lads. God. I don't think I've seen people look this shocking even after a proper bender. Fuck. Have a drink, mate. Praise be to the 12, my stomach doth loosen its death grip. My heartfelt thanks to thee, Androstidian, and to the fine fruits of this land. You were in time? Excellent. You've spared us Tataru's wrath. Have a drink. Sweet, sweet release. If you haven't already, you should have yours too. It's a proper boys' trip. Yeah, getting over a hangover. Right, I'm ready to get on with it. That lassie truly worked wonders. Back on your feet, I see. Hi, Estinian. Thy hair. Aye, I've bound it. 'Tis the most I could do against this heat, short of shedding my armor. May I ask where you got the cord for it? A local vendor. The man said it's a Thavnarian weave, tough and not easily unraveled. And how much did it cost? 9,400 gil. A steal, I was told. 'Tis nothing fancy, but I've always valued function over form. Hang on, let me... 9,400 gil. $9,500 for a hair tie. That's incredible. I dare say not even Alfino could hold a candle to you. Yes, it's not uncommon for merchants to set their prices high. It does seem rather unscrupulous. I am inclined to agree with thine assessment. It doth seem excessive, unusually so. The first guy said something about not seeing any travelers for ages, so maybe they just haven't had anyone come through. Claiming Thavnir as its dominion, the nation of Radz-at-Han hath long thrived as a hub of commerce, In the beginning, there were the Arcosoldra, a Matanaga tribe indigenous to this land. Over time, they came to be joined by other races, and through their intermingling, a culture rich and distinct did emerge. From alchemy to textiles, the products of Hannish culture have come to be celebrated and coveted the world over, a development only aided by the nation's prime location as a waypoint betwixt east and west. All of this hath combined to make a trading power of Radz-at-Han, yet such a status cannot be taken for granted. Nay, it must needs be maintained through judicious governance and stringent regulation. Neither of which I see any evidence, given that merchants at a gateway town are free to fleece hapless travellers and tarnish the reputation of the nation at large. Just so. That opportunistic pricing is rampant doth suggest that oversight is much weakened, or mayhap that the people have fallen upon hard times. Whatever the truth may be, it will be prudent to ascertain the current state of affairs. Prudent and practical. Aye, we've naught to lose by learning more. So, ere we seek out Kral's acquaintance, shall we see what information we can gather here in Yedlmad? Yedlimad, not Yedilmad. Sorry, my bad. Excellent. We didn't exactly get off to a flying start, but we'll make up for it. $9,500 for a hat. Estinian, you are such a moron. My God. Okay. Right, let us split up and make inquiries in town. Lex, the pier is yours. Once we have learned what we can, we regroup by the Aetheryte, off-putting though the mere sight of it may be. Have we given Thancred and Urianger Aetheryte PTSD? As funny of an addition to their existence as that would be. I don't think it would be long-standing. Hello, mate. We're giving us a wide berth since that accursed tower suddenly appeared. Is as good as dead. Okay. If they've been left too long. So business is shit, is what I'm hearing. That makes sense. There's almost no boats here as well. Better to be alone. Okay. I mean, worth chatting with a local authority figure, as it were. The Dalmaskins aren't coming. But we already have everything they ordered. What are we supposed to do with it? I don't know, but yelling at me isn't going to help. All I know is that their plans have changed, and that's that. Look, you must have known this might happen. The Empire is at war with itself, and the provinces are in chaos. And then there's the tower sitting on our doorstep, spitting out monstrosities. The city has its defences, but we've not been afforded no protection out here. But this will be an enormous loss. Alright. Forget about the Dalmascans. Surely some ships are still coming. We have fresh produce, handicrafts, medicines. All the perennial Hannish favourites. Our consortium works closely with merchants and artisans to supply only the finest. Why? I know all these things, Kalzal. I do. Which is why I regret to say I have nothing for you. All voyages have been cancelled or indefinitely postponed. And you are? Wait, you're a foreigner, are you not? A merchant. Please, tell me you're a merchant. Not, I'm afraid. I see. That's a shame. I'm sorry, but we're discussing important matters. If you need something, please talk to one of the others. Excuse me? My name is Matsia, and I'm here to see Kalzal. You won't get much out of him, mate, I'm afraid. Oh, it seems he's busy. I'll come back later then. Fair enough. I don't know why, I was kind of expecting a Lalafell. That's why I gave him that voice. Or her, I don't know. But, I suppose I'll have to stick with it. Oh, yes? Can I help you? Oh, I remember seeing you back in the guild. You wanted to speak with Kalzal too, did you? I'm Matsia, a fisherman of Akaili, of Akiali, a nearby village. I sell my catch to Kalzal, who offers it to foreign merchants, but he hasn't bought anything for a while now. When I heard that the consortium had been struggling, I became worried and decided to come and see him. Just as soon as he's free, anyway. He's a hard-working man, and I dare not disturb him. What a kind person. Genuinely. You don't see many people ever that's willing to just wait. Maybe it's anxiety, but that's good as well. If I may ask, what is it that you do? I kill things. An adventurer, you say, and you travel the world, helping people? Then that must mean you're great at dealing with strangers. Please, won't you teach me to be like you? You see, I brought some fresh fish with me, the portion I couldn't preserve, and I want to sell them. The problem is I'm terrible with people. I've only ever dealt with Kalzal, and I can't talk to customers without getting my trunk in a twist. So please, as silly as it might sound, will you not peddle the fish in my stead and show me how it's done? Oh, I remember this little mini-game. If you're willing, please let me know. We can begin at once. I always buggered it up. Let's go peddle some fish, my friend. Because there are ways of selling things as an English speaker that clearly just didn't translate properly to Japanese. Hello, friend. 1 pound fish, very, very good. In the rain. Hmm, yes. How fare you of late? Greetings to you too. I suppose I am well enough, given the circumstance. Things have settled down somewhat, but it was utter chaos when that tower first appeared. Everyone grabbing whatever they could, trampling over each other to get to the city. Many remain there for now, but I could not stay away. I had to come back, continue with my life such as it is. Big sippy. Need to grab another can. There we go. There's no place like home, but don't do anything dangerous, eh? No, trust me, I don't. I make sure to keep well clear of the tower, and when more monsters emerge from it, I heed the Radiant Host's instructions. I hope they deal with it soon so we can get back to our normal lives, to the days when you could earn as much as you gave, and tuck into a meal satisfied that you did good work. Speaking of meals, why don't I have some fresh fish today? Fresh fish, you say? Oh, you're a fishmonger. When you bait me like that, how can I not bite? Very well, give me some of your fish. There you go, Matsya. Thank you for your custom. The catch of the day is Shallow's cod. Delectable, stewed in coconut milk, or baked with a sprinkle of salt. You have to make connections with them, my friend. You have to, make them like you first. People are always more willing to buy stuff from people they like. Oh, that's the old can. I'm a little under 2 hours in and I can already feel my throat starting to go. That's gonna be good. Hello, lady. 1 pound fish, very, very good. A hawker, are you? Do you sell fruit by chance? If so, I want to buy some amra. Let's say a dozen. They don't need to be export quality. What do you need so many amra for? Why, for eating, of course. It may seem like a lot, but of late I go through that much in no time at all. I am a stock taker by trade, but with no vessels coming these days, the wares are beginning to pile up. By the same token, nothing is coming in from overseas, but not a day goes by that someone doesn't come asking when the next shipment is arriving for this and that and this and that. All of it wears me down, and I find myself feeling constantly hungry. Are you sure you're actually hungry? You know, when I think on it, I'm not so sure. Rather than hungry, perhaps I've been feeling unfulfilled? I try to fill the void by gorging on food I like. Preach, sister. That's a feeling I can get behind. Do you like fish? Fish. I do like fish, as a matter of fact. Why'd you ask? I have fish. Oh, so you're a fishmonger. Apologies for the misunderstanding. Seeing as you're here, do you happen to have a Kiali sardine? They're perfect in a spicy soup. We certainly do, madam. And if you like it spicy, I also recommend them pickled in oil with a generous amount of chilies. Oh, that does sound like a wonderful challenge. I didn't have fish in mind at first, but I dare say I'll enjoy these. Thank you. Yay! I sold a fish! And I made a friend! Mm-hmm. Could this rain clear up anytime soon? Thank you. I would like to enjoy my tropical island as a tropical island. Then again, this is tropical island. Just rain. All the bloody time. Rain, rain, and more rain. That's how it goes in the tropics. This was the guy I could never sell to. And I could never remember why. What is it? If you don't mind, I'm rather busy. Oh, God, it's my stomach. Ugh. Aether sickness? No, nothing so unusual. In my hurry to get back to work, I just ate a little too quickly. You should take it easier. Eat more slowly and savor your food. Would that I could, but I can't afford to be idle. Like as not, circumstances will surely get worse before they get better. That's why I'm working as hard as I can while I still can. The better to be prepared. How do you intend to prepare? By stockpiling supplies. For that, I need to earn coins so I can buy food, medicine, what have you. Do we have anything suitable, Matsya? Oh, we do have some dried products too. The Havnarian cucumber and puff pie fish. They're the last of the batch, so if you're interested, you can have them for a discount. Truly, by all means, I'll take them. I made the sale! Yay! I probably pressed the other one beforehand. The, like, have some fish thing. That's probably what got me. I made a sale! You remember what I told you earlier? That I preserve what I catch, which serves to show the importance of being attentive. Yep. Thank you so much for your demonstration. It was truly an eye-opening experience. Come, let us return to the pier. What a silly little guy. What a silly little guy stuck in a large guy's body. How do you even function like that? Because that's his spine. I guess technically it's his neck, I suppose. Just chronically bad back pain. There's nothing you do. It's just genetics. You're just cursed with it as part of your lineage. Thank you so much for showing me how to talk to customers. You managed to sell to everyone you approached. Any merchant at Radzahan would be envious of your success. Watching you at work was truly inspiring. By applying the lessons I've learned, I hope to one day peddle as well as you. Thank you. I have a lot of experience. Still, there's only so much I can do alone. I hope that things will return to normal for Kalzal soon. Hmm. I thought I had a familiar voice. And who should it be but Matzia? Kalzal, have you finished your business at the guild? So you were there too. Forgive me. Try as I might, I can't find any buyers. With no ships coming in and hardly any going out, there simply aren't any options. At this rate. So you can't buy my fish anymore? I'm sorry, Matzia. I truly am. But for now you must peddle your own goods. But by myself, I can't. Oh. I want to help you. I do. But as it stands, I can barely help myself. I've poured my all into the consortium, and I'll be damned if I let it fall apart. I've friends and families depending on me, and I won't fail them. The sisters as my witness. Kalzal. Not to worry. Using what I've learned from you, I'm sure I'll manage. Somehow. Well, I had best return to my village. My thanks again. Please take care on the road. Oh, that's just the most anxious elephant person I've ever seen. That was just a bundle of pure raw anxiety. I feel for you, Matzia. I know that feeling all too well. Alright, I went on a little side quest, but I have news. None of it's good, though. I see you've been busy. Managed to learn a tidbit or two, I trust. More than that. I see. We also heard that the tower is affecting many locals' livelihoods, but to think that it would be to such an extent. For another notable, if not wholly unexpected, discovery, disappearances and kidnappings are disturbingly commonplace. As before, the culprits are almost certainly tempered Imperial soldiers. And as before, they mean to use the faith of their hapless thralls to call forth a lunar primal. Business as usual for the Telophoroi. That Matzia fellow you are helping, he is Arkasodara, is he not? Apparently it is almost exclusively his people that are being kidnapped. Should he be traveling alone? No. No, they shouldn't. Okay. If summoning is this perpetrator's aim, it doth stand to reason that Arkasodara would be their primary targets, for 'tis the faith of their ancestors which prevaileth in this land, and many are devout adherents still. We'd better go after him. Achiali lies to the west, as I recall, the same direction as Quell's acquaintance, incidentally. It's settled then. Keep your eyes peeled while we make for the village. I should hope so. Can't really go that way. Alright. So they were just regular elephants? Why is his head so big? Why is his neck like that? That. I don't like that. That looks wrong. Okay. Let's go and save an elephant guy, an elephant guy, an elephant guy. Now that it's stopped raining, this is a very pretty place, all this. I don't know what would need to be mixed into the sand to make it purple like that, but it does make for striking imagery. What are you doing all the way up here, buddy? This is a long way off the beaten track. Maybe a little bit overkill. Are you alright, Matsuya? It's okay. I must have scared the life out of you. Where did they go? Why are you here? They were trying to kidnap you, Matsuya. I see you found him in time. You and your friends came to look for me? I don't know how to thank you. On my way home, I took a moment to stop and rest. Think about well, everything. And then those men came. Kidnappers. We'd heard that the Arkasodara were being targeted. Surely you have as well. Perhaps it's best if you took refuge in the city. We've considered it, me and the others, but fishing is all we know. The ocean all we have. I see. That's your decision to make, but you should take care not to travel alone. Oh, itchy face. A question, if I may. It is our understanding that strange fiends have emerged from the tower. What canst thou tell us of these beings? Not much, I'm afraid. I have no idea what they are. But I've heard that some bear an unsettling resemblance to our divinities. For that reason, some have taken to calling the tower Zot. House of Divinities. In the old tongue, it means. They're not true divinities. They're monstrous imitations that bring only death. To have one's faith so twisted is a grievous indignity, and full justified art thou in thine outrage. Know that 'tis for no other purpose but to neutralize the tower that we have journeyed to this land. In time, we may be forced to contend with these false gods, and thus we would learn all we may about them. Wilt thou not tell us of thy divinities and their true nature? You've come all this way to save us? Really? You think I had you peddling fish? It's fine. Honestly, it's not the most demeaning thing I've ever done. I had to do someone's laundry for a while. So, you know. But to answer your question, yes, of course. We would gladly tell you about our gods. I say, because I'm a terrible storyteller, and I'd ask my fellow villagers to do it. So please, come to our village. We're good, gods-fearing folk, all of us. We'd be honoured to share our knowledge. And fish! Don't forget about the fish, Matsya. What sayest thou? Shall we pay visit to Akyali? Wonderful! Just follow the road west and down the hill. Can't miss it. I've probably pronounced that village 17 different ways, and all of them have been wrong. So, it is the simulacra of Thavnarian gods that are being summoned. If any doubt existed before, there can be none now. The kidnapped Harnish are imprisoned in the tower. I pray that we will be able to save them. Well, if they're just tempered, we have a cure for that now. Luckily, that was a whole ass thing. But it depends what they've done to them when they, like, merged them into the wall. Though indeed, saving them will mean confronting their false gods, like as not. As you said, we do well to study their religious traditions. To Akyari. Ooh. I think I can fly here, actually. Yes, I can. I'm not supposed to have this yet. I'm cheating. The power of New Game Plus, I suppose. Nice little place you've got here. Welcome to Kali, my friend. The name means White Beach. And there isn't much here save that, but please, make yourself at home. Your companions have already begun talking to everyone. Feel free to show yourself around and do the same. And one of us can tell you about our gods. But you could do worse than to start with Kanga and old Hasveda. They're free at the moment, as it happens. Alright. You wish to know about our gods? What a curious visitor you are. Most want fish. In any case, I'm happy to oblige. Now, I don't know how it is whence you hail, but our isle is home to many gods. They can be divided into two groups. The Manusya, beings of wisdom who assume the form of men, and Murga, beings of might who assume the form of beasts. Together they are divinities. Their forms and personalities, many and varied. Some are kind and gentle, others stern and temperamental, just like we mortals can be. All are possessed of great insight and experience, and by heeding their teachings, we strive to be better people and live better lives. Okay, so some are people-shaped and some are animal-shaped. Do I have to be careful around are there any sacred animals here on Radzatan? Or on Thavna, sorry. Radzatan is the city-state. Interested in learning about our gods, you say? That's what I like to hear. Break up your ears then and listen. In ancient times, the Manusya and the Murga, deities who look like men and beasts respectively, were locked in conflict. Eventually, seeking the wisdom of the Manusya, the Murga cast aside their own heads and took up those of their foes. Likewise, the Manusya coveted the might of the Murga, and so they too resolved to trade heads. Thus were born new gods, possessed of both might and wisdom, and they ushered in an age of harmony between the two factions. From then on, as a sign of their esteem for one another, the Manusya have worn animal faces and the Murga the limbs of men. Oh, so are you guys the Murga? Animal heads with the limbs of men? And then the ones we're going to fight, would they be the Manusia? The men with the heads of animals? Or would it be the other way around? Would you guys be the Manusia and they would be the Murga? I'm not too sure. I don't know if he'll explain it to me. There you are. Learned a thing or two about our gods, I trust. While you were off talking to the others, I remembered something that may be of interest. If you could let your friends know, I'll go and fetch it from my home at once. Sure. What's up, big man? Apologies for the wait. I wish to show you this hanging scroll, which depicts 3 of our most revered deities. By all means, we should like to see it. Oh, I actually get to see it? They are Manusia. You heard about them already, yes? The 3 sisters. So they are people who wear the heads of animals as masks. Okay, that makes sense. The center one is the eldest, Cinderuva, the goddess of wisdom. For this, alchemists hold her in the highest. To her right is the middle sister, Sandaruva. As the goddess of wealth, she counts many traders among her followers. And on the left is Mindaruva, the youngest sibling. She presides over the crafts, and so is beloved by the weavers. The Mini Daruva. Although each is worshipped for different reasons, the sisters are usually portrayed together in these works, which people keep in their homes for good fortune. Okay, the sickle, the spear, and the knives. I suppose that shall be how they attempt to attack me. Excellent. In like fashion to the Manusia, the deities of Eosia preside over myriad aspects of life. What of the Murga, if I may ask? The Murga hold power over nature. In ages past, they were revered as guardian deities in times of conflict. If you have occasion to visit our temples and ruins, you'll find their images there. Among them is a god who possesses a Garge's head, and he is venerated as the progenitor of the Arkasodara. And then there are dragons. They occupy a special place in our history. You worship dragons too? It's said that an ancestor of the Satrap, that's the ruler of Radzahan, forged a covenant with a dragon divinity in ancient times. This divinity has since acted as the guardian deity of the Satrap. Legend holds that if ever the Satrap is in need, his dragon ally will fly to his aid. Oh, kinda like a King Arthur kind of deal. If ever the nation's in trouble, King Arthur's supposed to rise from the grave and come and help. A dragon ally. You claimed to be a terrible storyteller, but nothing could be further from the truth. The passion you bear for your faith is plain to hear. I am confident that the information you've given us will serve us well in our efforts to deal with the tower. That is very kind of you to say. Thank you. I'll pray for your success. Right, I believe it's time we sort out Kral's acquaintance. An alchemist by the name of Nidana. According to Kral's notes, we're to find her at a place called the Great Work, further north along the coast. Oh? It must be the big building I saw. She's brilliant and beautiful, kind and understanding. And did I say she's beautiful? I could stare at her dainty ears and adorable trunk all day. And those eyes. When you meet her, take care you don't drown in them. Okay. An admirer. I kind of want to go up to this temple to go and see the god that he spoke of before we go there. Because I'm as interesting as I'm sure the alchemists are going to be, I am far more interested in their culture. Oh, those are dancer chakrams. Is this where dance is from? Oh, that makes so much sense. Oh, okay. And the symbol of that makes sense. Okay. This was not what I was expecting it to be. That's a nice little thing to find. All the ruins must be down there. Okay. We'll get to them eventually, I'm sure. In the meantime, we have alchemists to find. Or dead alchemists to find. Okay. What's happened here? Did Fandaniel get to them? Because we are right next to one of the... Oh, you're alive. Hello, little guy. I don't think I've ever seen a Kid Ara. No, there was a... No, I lie. There was a bunch of them in the plains in Stormblood. What am I saying? Oh, those are dragon scales. If I had to guess. That was the look of someone who just... like a PTSD response to waking up. Little trunk, you must be Nidhana. Oh? Heyo, quiz. Welcome, welcome. Oh, that's a little wonky. Nope. There we go. That's a bit better. Welcome, welcome. How goes it? Hang on. They just said scales to repel the effects of the tower. Are they making anti-tempering scales? First we get a cure for tempering. Now we get a shield. Suddenly primals are no longer an issue. It's nice to hear real Indian accents, as weird as that sounds. Oh, good, just stuffing my face at the moment. Food is good. Food is good. What have you got? He has been surrounded. Prayers for the dearly departed. Roast pork. Oh, roast pork. Sunday. I could go for a Sunday roast. You still haven't told us your name. Yes. Thought so. Bum, 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 bum. It's not often that Astinian has to deal with people. It's always amusing when they catch him off balance. I'm not going to try and do a female Indian voice, because that would just be racist. I can dip my toes into a lot of European stuff, but Indian is not my forte. Allow me to thank you for answering our call. Many towers have appeared around the world, and we are grateful that you would assist us with ours. Though Kral herself is tied up with another investigation, Lex is an eminently capable substitute, and we will spare no effort to aid you. So, if I understand correctly, You seek to make talismans that can nullify etheric emissions. Indeed we do. As you know, the tower emits vast concentrations of ether. One cannot go anywhere near it without being tempered. As such, we can only study the tower from afar and are powerless to deal with it in any consequential way. In order to strike back, the Satrap bade us alchemists create enchanted talismans. Talismans that would allow our soldiers to venture into the tower, even should they lack innate protection. Could such a thing be possible? Admittedly, we're still in the midst of testing, but we are quite confident. Even prior to this, our people have long pursued countermeasures against the etheric corruption of primals. Of the methods tested to date, those utilizing dragon scales proved the most promising. Owing to their etheric density, the scales are highly resistant to disruptive forces. The mightier the dragon, the greater the resistance. Mightier the dragon, you say? Okay. You must have quite the thing tucked away. We seek to amplify this protective property through our alchemy. Thanks to the scales provided by His Excellency, we've been able to make steady progress with the talisman. Soon we'll be ready to conduct a field test, and here's where you and your blessing of light come in. Better than having my blood drawn, I suppose. Perhaps so. And knowing my colleagues, they won't be satisfied with blood alone. But as for your task, we ask only that you serve as an escort. I'll explain in greater detail later, but you'll be venturing into the tower's field of influence. And so, for your own safety, I would first test how well your blessing shields you, with your permission, of course. Sure. I mean, it's pretty resistant. In that case, Ryonjai and I will find other ways to make ourselves useful. Seeing as you all work to the point of collapse, I suspect you could do with more hands. We would be grateful for any assistance you can provide. If you are ready, then let us put your blessing to the proof. If you exit the great work and turn south, there will be a hill to the right. I'll meet you at the top after seeing to some preparations. Okay. We're going to leave and turn right up here. What tests could they possibly conduct to prove my blessing of light? I suppose they're just going to blast me with ether? I hope you didn't have trouble finding this place, or climbing the hill. Not all are accustomed to the physical strain. I give you the fruit of our sweat, tears, and many a sleepless night. The drunken Deepa. A Deepa is a lantern presented to the gods as an offering. Taking inspiration from the tradition, we created this device to test the talisman's efficacy. Upon activation, it will move a certain distance before emitting a powerful blast of ether. In lieu of corruption, those lacking sufficient protection will experience severe ether sickness. Your test you'll be exposed 4 times. That should be enough to ascertain your blessing's protective capability. Not more ether sickness. We just got over the other one. Okay. Run along, little fella. Reading ether. Please stand back. Ooh. Oh, because it's drawing from... Okay, that makes sense. I should be fine. Subject has no pressing desire to empty its empty its stomach. No, I'm quite all right, thank you. I'm quite all right, friend. Why are we going such a roundabout way, little thing? Couldn't we have just done this in the same spot each time? Please stand back. That's right next to Nidana. Very rude of you, little guy. I mean, it worked. Thank you. I shall replenish its ether for when we test the talisman. So, no dizziness or nausea or anything of the sort? You're feeling perfectly fine. Now I'm good to go. Then the strength of your blessing is beyond doubt. There is no risk that the tower will corrupt your ether. With this, we can request your aid for the task ahead with easy hearts. You're a capable warrior too, are you not? Would you be amenable to assisting me with another errand? You see, our talisman requires the use of a special ink. We've exhausted our stores of a key ingredient for it, spirit weed. The herb grows not far from here, and I would like to go and harvest some. With the recent spate of kidnappings, however, we Arkasodara travel alone at our peril. Will you not come with me as my escort? I'll compensate you for your troubles, of course. I can do that. I'm not getting compensated because it's New Game Plus, but I can do that. I'm in your debt. Without further ado, let us head to Kajaya's footsteps. It is situated on the road which runs east of the Great Work. I may simply be imagining it, but I feel as though we're being followed. Probably are. We'll be fine. To alarm you or anything, but I have killed various gods. Gods, but that gave me a fright. To think that the moment I ventured outside the safety of the work. Thank the sisters I asked you to come with me. You were all right, I hope. Good, good. Let's continue on then. It isn't far now. Just through these pillars and up the rise. Okay. Led to the NGP urn? Oh, you might not have been there when I explained it. I've had to explain it a couple times to different people. This character, this one, this idiot, is my raiding character. Because I first joined this game at the behest of one of my friends in order to join them in endgame activities. Savage raiding. So I joined at the end of Shadowbringers, but I bought a skip, and didn't do any of the story. None of it. At all. Whatsoever. And it stayed that way. I was perfectly content to be a raider without having any of the story. And then Endwalker came out, and the raid series was tied directly into the story, and I was fine with it all the way up until P11, when everyone started going on and on and on about Elidibus. And now I understand. So yes, this whole venture has been an exercise to understand a single fight in the Endwalker raid series. And I'm doing it in New Game Plus because I started another character in order to do it on the Japanese servers, but I forgot that I play this video game at 4 o'clock in the morning my time. And so there is no one online to do any of the trials with. So I'm just doing it on this character instead, which would have been far simpler, far easier. But yeah, this is the character that I did week 1 of the newest tier on. So they're level 100, they've done everything. So I might miss some like side quests and stuff, but I'll get the main story. Kajaya was a great dancer, and those who follow in her, well, you know, they come to this place to train and dedicate their dance to their ancestors. A happy benefit of this is that spirit weed grows here in abundance. I will set about harvesting it once, if you would be so good as to stand guard. Oh! Hello! The kidnappers aren't like to return soon, but better safe than sorry. You know what? I expected the Lalafell. I'll be completely honest. Pat pat. Got a pat. I was not expecting that voice out of a Lalafell. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's just gonna be a random fucking dwarf in the background of all of my shots. It's still raining. What can you tell me of the Sartrap? Because we're probably going to have to go and meet him. Yes, but beyond that. Okay. So you have effectively a monarchy, but only when necessary. Okay. It's a unique form of government. And it's the satrap who has the connection with the dragon. So I guess if it's a single lineage of satraps, if they're all from the same family, then they're just they're king or queen because they are connected to the dragon, probably. It's one of those situations. Hey, Fan Daniel. You can go fuck off. That's a new voice. Was that Fan Daniel's actual voice and not just Asahi's? Is that the same voice actor as Asahi? If it is, then the guy's got range, but doesn't sound the same. Of course, yeah, why couldn't it not be raining in my... Oh, no. Speak to Nidana. I have enough spirit weed to last us a good while. Thank you for keeping watch. Let us head back to the great work. We need to kill Fan Daniel. We don't need to sing about it. We want to be angry about it. There we go. I added a bunch of new buttons and now I need to remember where they are. The question I kind of want to ask is it actually Fan Daniel that is suicidal? Because they say that it's... in the Eden raids, they seem to suggest that it was the memories of the original overwriting, but not erasing the memories of the current. So is it actually Fandaniel's, or is it the memories of one of his lives before he became Fandaniel that's causing him to be quite so suicidal? Because I don't think a being who is tempered by a primal wants to destroy the world, as it were. So it has to be part of his soul that isn't tempered, because otherwise he'd still be trying to resurrect Zodiac. They kind of handwave some of it. They handwave it most of the time. It doesn't matter. Lex, my thanks again for your assistance. With your help, we're that little bit closer to completing our talisman. This isn't much, but please accept it as a token of my gratitude. I don't know what you're giving me. If you'll excuse me, I shall return to my work on the talisman. Ah, you are both back. Excellent. I have a message for you, Mistress Nita. It would seem the stores of Giant Skull are running low. What? But when last I looked, there was still plenty. I suspect that was before Riongé told everyone about their tempering cure, and Estinian shared his knowledge of dragons. Your peers have since been inspired to fashion a number of new talisman prototypes. I see. Well, if it leads to new possibilities, then far be it from me to complain. But we will need to replenish our stores. I should be happy to tend to this if you like. As much as I appreciate the offer, my dear boy, I can't in good conscience send you out there alone while kidnappers are at large. Lex, loath though I am to press another task on you so soon, might I ask that you fetch the giant skull? In case you're not familiar, giant skull is a type of ore found on the island. Owing to its hardness and ethereal conductivity, it has applications in many disciplines, alchemy not least of all. It's mithril. Okay. You're quarrying mithril. Thank you. Upon arriving at the grounds, please seek out a man named Zainua. He will furnish you with the ore. At the very least, permit me to accompany you. It so happens I have an errand of my own that will take me to the outpost nearby. May we borrow a pair of Hamsa, Mistress Nidana? By all means. Do try to be patient with them. Those that survived are still in training. I will bring the Hamsa to the entrance. Meet me there when you are ready. Ironically, I think my lowest voice is for the child. But he spoke with a certain amount of authority and with a deep voice for a child. It sounded like his voice had dropped. At least a bit. So I'm comfortable giving him that voice. Just miss me. And many hatchery. I think I remember what this is. Okay, that tickles me something wicked. Oh, fuck. That's funny as shit. He wiggled so much. Why has this section been so funny so far? It's the level 80 quest. It didn't need to be this full of levity. Goodness gracious. Okay. Was there a perfectly tower-sized island there before, or is that new, Bashan? And here we are, manned by the Radiant Host. This outpost is our first line of defense against the tower. The moon. Well, well. Who should it be but young Bashan? On an errand for the Satrap? I am. His Excellency bade me come to collect your report. He also wishes to express his heartfelt gratitude to the brave men and women of the Radiant Host for their unflagging dedication. We simply do our duty, but we are honored to receive His Excellency's regard. And yet, for his boundless benevolence, his treatment of one so young could be regarded as callous. Though we have enjoyed relative peace and calm these past few days, this remains the front line of battle. No place for children. Your predecessor too often travelled alone. It's been, what, 2 years now since you took over? I wonder how the fellow is faring. Like those before him, he went on to represent the Satrap in foreign lands. Wherever he may now be, I am certain he is well. As for myself, I assure you that all I do of my own volition, and gladly. I pray you do not think ill of His Excellency. That's a very suspiciously worded thing. It's great when children get to a certain age and then just disappear off to a foreign land. Okay. Certainly not, lad. Whatever happens, my faith in the Satrap is unwavering. But still, I worry for you. We would be overcome with sadness if something were to befall you. For you are as a little brother to us all. Take care, do you hear? I will, Nabdeen. Thank you. And who might this be? Not Harnish by the look of him. Permit me to introduce Lex Jade of the Eorzean contingent, come to assist in the making of the talisman. From Eorzea, you say? Towers have appeared over there too, yes? Tell me, what is the situation like? A bit shit. May I suggest that you exchange information with our soldiers? Both parties would stand to learn something of value, I believe. An excellent idea. Given the unprecedented nature of the threat, some of us are understandably anxious. We'll be glad for any tidings you can share. You too, bring Varshan the latest report, and answer any questions he may have. I'm not a fan of those masks they're wearing. You're just going to show up every so often. Okay, I see. The visitor from Eorzea, is there anything you can tell us about the Telophoroi? We know that they're the ones behind the tower, and that they've declared war on the whole world. But why are they doing this? What is it they want? They want to die. Yeah. Well, you can bet that we won't let those bastards have their way. We'll fight them with everything we have, like our Eorzean and Far Eastern brothers. That's the spirit, lad. We know little and less about it ourselves. This Tower of Zot, as folks have taken to calling it. Why have you suddenly decided to be loud? Why are you? Okay. It suddenly appeared where it did on the Isle of Narunair. We're safe from its influence at this distance, but go too far into the water and you'll expose yourself to its corrupting ether. You're a foreigner, aren't you? How are they dealing with the tower in your homeland? We blew it up. Or did we? No, we killed Luna Bahamut. Didn't actually deal with the tower, did we? Our struggles are not unique, and our hopes still lie with the talismans. We must keep the monsters contained until they're ready. It occurs to me, I have yet to properly introduce our company. We are the Radiant Host, a military order under the Satrap's command. Our duty is to preserve peace in the land, be it patrolling the streets or dealing with heretofore unknown threats, such as now. We train hard and admit only capable warriors to our ranks. Even so, we've struggled to contend with the fiends from the tower. Though we succeeded in striking them down on 2 occasions they came in force, we had to pay a heavy price. What of the towers in Eorzea? Do they likewise spawn monsters? They spawn gods. But yeah, that's kind of here or there. So it's much the same everywhere. With every nation struggling, we cannot expect calls for outside aid to be answered. Finished speaking with the soldiers, have you? I hope it was as enlightening for you as it was for them. As a neutral nation and trading hub both, Radzadhan ordinarily receives a steady stream of news from abroad. Last, this stream dried up when trading vessels stopped coming in. Amidst the dearth of information, why is he going Irish? Everyone will have been grateful for your account. But come, you had best see to your original errand, as mine will keep me here a while longer. However, I'm afraid I cannot guide you the rest of the way. Worry not, the path is straightforward. You need but follow the road east. Upon the Hamsa you will arrive before you know it. Brief though it was, I enjoyed our time together. Till we meet again. I gotta get on the Hamsa again. Oh, I get... Oh, he's funny. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. What a curious creature. Who decided that the fat fuck-off bird gets to be the national transportation system? Aye, this is indeed the Giant Skull grounds, and I am Zenua. Is there something you require? Giant Skull for the alchemists, you say? But of course they shall have it. They labor tirelessly to deal with the tower, and 'tis the least we can do to provide them with the materials they need. Here you are, a sack of the purest giant skull. We always set some aside for our alchemist friends. Oh, that's very kind of you, Zenua. When you deliver it, let the good folk of the great work know that we're grateful for their efforts. They need more. They need but ask. Did I? I did. Excellent. I'm not stupid. At some point in my life, I attuned. Yep. Got to jump over the Lalafell, as the law demands. Welcome back. Dare I hope you have the giant skull? It is, my dear. Oh my, such fine specimens. Thank you for bringing these. We now have everything we need to make our next prototype, one that should be capable of passing our most rigorous tests. When it is ready, it'll be time for the true test, so please take your ease while you can. What a peaceful place. Even if only for a moment. What did they do to you, poor bastard? Me? If you've ever had suicidal ideation, Thancred, you need to see a therapist. It's not normal. I'm going to keep coming back to it over and over and over again. But this game both gets nihilism very right and very wrong. The contemporary idea of nihilism is that of we are small, we are meaningless, and as such, nothing we do has meaning, and we should not do anything. We should die like the small, pitiful speck that we are. But real nihilism, if you could have real nihilism, Nietzsche be damned, as Nietzsche intended, is that we are small, we are nothing, and that makes our struggle meaningful because we are a speck. What little we can do has such greater meaning in the vastness that is empty. It's a struggle against things beyond our comprehension. Ideas that we haven't even formed yet, but that if we keep going, it's more than stopping. The game understands it in subtext. I don't know if the writers actually knew that that was what they were writing. But every time you see a story that is an underdog story, essentially, that is nihilism. The idea of something so small and incomparable to the big bad, to the ultimate end of all that is, gives what we do meaning. Our survival is worth more because it is inconsequential, because it is minute. The writers implicitly use the classic, not the classical, but the contemporary form of nihilism, which is we are small, so everything is meaningless. But also, that's what they're writing nihilism as. But then they fuck it up and get it right anyway, because the classic JRPG is that we have to keep trying anyway. Consequences be damned, we have to keep going. It's this weird little bit of irony. They got it wrong, but they muddled. Stunlocked by Fandaniel, but they muddled their way into getting it right. A bitch. As I was just saying. Meaning in a world of nothingness. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. Hmm. I'm quite fond of this Nidana character. It's not often you get someone in a game like this willing to die for their tests. Usually they're the villain and they make someone else die for them. All that remains is the board and be on our way. Oh, and if I should become corrupted, do not stay your hand. Of course, I pray it does not come to that, but you must protect yourself. Other alchemists can fulfill my role, but you and your blessing are one of a kind, and perhaps our only hope for toppling this tower. For all our sakes, do not hesitate to do what must be done, whatever they may be. Well, the longer I draw this out, the more nervous I become. Let's be off. Let's try not to get you killed, right after I said how much I liked you. Oh, looks like it's working. Okay. Let's not push our luck, my dear. You're gonna get your shit rocked, Nidana. Okay. Let's just be careful. That's not a tempering. Oh. God damn it. I told you, Nidana, not to... Okay. Never listen to me. Yeah, I still don't like... Oh, yay! Do I get to kill him now? Yeah. Yeah. Do not like that. Yeah, that's because I want to fucking kill you. What in the world are you talking about? Mm-hmm. Yes, this I know. Okay, so I was right. It is the part of his soul that had memories from before Fandaniel. Were you not Asahi? Yes. Oh, you mean the feather cap wearing Crystal Tower guy? It is a different voice. Ah, I see. You arrived at the peak of the whole corruption bit. I see. The equivalent of Drukari. Yeah, you cloned Zande, that we knew. Yeah, he's definitely showing up later. Oh, so this whole suicidal ideation isn't even your own idea. You got caught up in the maddened ramblings of a clone. I'm gonna put a sword through you at some point, you glib prick. Alrighty. Okay, well, The more I learn about Fandaniel, the less and less he becomes in my eyes. He's a twirling ponce who cares too much about the theatrics, with suicidal ideation that isn't even his own. But as I said, the ramblings of a long dead king that he took to mean far more than it actually ever meant. Saying to someone, hey, everything is meaningless in death, you'll die and then it's all gone, is like life advice. It's not, hey, yeah, the world is meaningless and you should destroy it all. That's not how that works. You are returned, but where is Mr. Nidana? Mansuya, preserve, just when we had succeeded in making the talisman. I must report this at once. Meanwhile, please return to the great work. I wanted to put a sword through Emmett. And at the very least, Emmett had his own convictions. He was tempered, sure. But all of his plans were his own. I guess you could say that Fandaniel was tempered by the ideas of... Well, Armon was tempered by the ideas of Zande, even. But I just can't get over... They're not his ideas. He doesn't actually care. If he's so easily swayed by someone else's concept of the world, what is the point in trying to fight his ideology? It's not even his ideology. He's not suicidal because he is. He's essentially one of the ones who drank the Kool-Aid. It's not his ideas to destroy everything, and well, it's his ideas to destroy everything, but it's not his idea that the world is meaningless and he should leave it. That was Zande. Zande he's not even the cult leader. Fandaniel is cult upper management. He's... Every time something about him gets revealed, I just think less of him. And that's not necessarily something you want in your big final boss. Fuck. He's not even up. He's middle management. He doesn't even... What would have happened if he just had been born at a different time? You know? At least every other enemy we've come across has, in some fashion, been convinced of their own ideology because of themselves. Gaius's might make right was his own ideology. He came up with that by himself. He implemented it in his own way, separate from everything that Garlemald did. If he was born in a different time to different parents, he probably would still have the same ideas. The dragons were ancient, and you can't really compare them to that. But the Pope, he thought the world was fundamentally irregular, fundamentally unlawful. If he was born at any other point in history, he would have been the same. You know, all these people have their own convictions. Emmett's weird because he's tempered and stuff. Xenos, if he had been born at any other point, he would have been the same because he's fucked in the head. But if this guy didn't meet Xande, hadn't had this one conversation with the clone of a dead person, he would not be the same. He's one of those people that just gets told something radical and fundamental, and it changes the way they view the world, and they latch onto it, and that's their thing. And it's just like, yeah, but you would have latched onto anything else. Fuck. Okay, whatever. He's the villain in a Final Fantasy game. It's not that deep. Something's gone awry, hasn't it? What happened? We have to go and rescue an elephant. So it was Fandaniel after all. Damn that bastard. I'm sure you wanted to do more, but you were right to return here first. We must tread warily lest we endanger Nidana and the other captives. Oh, we get to meet the Satrap. Okay. First, we must inform everyone of the situation, Nidana's colleagues included. I'll call them all together for a gathering, but I think it would be best if you were the one to explain. She's stuck in the tower. There's not really much more to explain. Oh, the thingies worked, though. Well done. Can you answer me this? Though Nidana is trapped in the tower, she's still alive, yes? Yes, she is. Then we must make warding scales, as many as we can. The prototype works perfectly. This Nidana proved at peril to herself. So let us make more scales, that she and all those who were taken might be saved. Aye, as alchemists, this is how we will help win the fight. Ah, young Vashon. My friends, the Satrap has been made aware of the tragedy. He offers his heartfelt condolences and reiterates his pledge to provide you with all that you require. To that end, he bade me give you this link pearl, that he might personally discuss the production of the warding scales with you. And for our Eorzean visitors, I bear an invitation. In her report, Mistress Nidana noted your vital contributions to the talisman's creation. This fact came to the Satrap's attention, and in recognition of your deeds, he wishes to meet you. In addition to thanking you in person, he would discuss further avenues of collaboration. And so, if it is agreeable, will you not accompany me to Ralzatan for an audience with His Excellency? Do I get to see the dragon? I want to see the dragon. We would be honored, of course. Closer cooperation between our lands can only be to the benefit of all. Then it is settled. Please, come to the gates east of the Giant Skull grounds, and I will show you into the city. Again, this is another example of how they get nihilism wrong but get it right at the same time. Everyone is moving forwards. Everyone is doing their best and trying their hardest despite the immeasurable gulf between them and their issues, but they're still doing it. It still has meaning because they are doing it. It's not, as Armon says, because I'm going to call him Armon now, because I'm not going to call him Van Daniel, because he's a prick, that life is meaningless. This entire expansion is probably going to be the difference between the two types of nihilism. Contemporary and classical. And I'm gonna keep harping on about it because it's gonna be the biggest thing to talk about. All present? Then let us proceed. Owing to the threat of the tower, the city is currently in a state of high alert, and strict restrictions are in place for entry. Though you've been granted special permission, I ask that you remain close to me at all times. I've just realized. That's very clever musically. I'll discuss it once Emmett has finished, but... Ow, my eyes. It's kind of on point that I get to see all this at night when the colors are muted. Oh, they're just making it obvious now. Are you done, Emmett? Okay. The locality instruments are playing the Endwalker riff. The da-na. If I hear it, I'll do it again. But the piano that they've kept the whole time, I think piano is going to be the instrument of the expansion. The piano is playing excerpts from answers. And this is playing the riff. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. And the piano is playing, yeah, the piano, I think, is playing excerpts from answers, which have no melodic connection to the local music, but I get the feeling that the local music has been built on top of those excerpts. When we get back to Charlie, and I'll have to listen to the music a bit more closely. It's fine, old guy. We're in a rush. What's behind the curtain? Is it a dragon? It's a pleasure to meet you, buddy. Not everything went to plan. Don't. He's a dragoon. Yay! Behind the curtain. Dragon song. That only plays when it's a great worm. Yeah. When a Freysvelger's brood. Yep. Red eyes. I might be calling this too early. I could be completely wrong. But Varshan had red eyes. I need to see his other eye. I see. I mean, it's not a bad place to be. You're essentially the foam monarch of an entire country. You don't have to do anything. No, that's completely fair. Nope, it's Vashon. Yep, called it. Oh, that makes sense. No hard feelings, right? Okay. Look, I'll go in there just to murder the fuck out of Fandaniel. You don't have to ask me. I can do that. Yes, I have to go and do the whole other beginning section. It's not going to be that quick. I have stuff to do. That's my man. That's Justinian. That meeting took a rather unexpected turn, but we now have a clear objective ahead of us. Let us rejoin our comrades in Shardy and muster a suitable crew for our foray into the Tower of Zot. Oh, and if you haven't already done so, be sure to attune to the Aetheryte here before departing. Unless, of course, you enjoy violent nausea. Well, like you have a choice. Anyway, I have to listen to the music. At least the night theme. Nope. Okay. Fair enough. There's nothing in this. That's the riff from the main theme. But there's no underlying melody that I can pick up on. Cool. Now that... Oh my god, it's taken 4 hours. Fuck. Okay. Now that I have finished that half, I need to go to the loo. So I will be right back. I've been muted this whole time. I'm... Fuck. I'm stupid as sin. I'm sorry. God damn it. I just started moving and doing stuff. And God damn it. Anyway, I had a good chocolate you holding the door open. Thank you for that quiz. Oh, fuck. All this reading that I've just done. Oh well. Anyway, what I was saying is Numkrep's thing that's the boat at the top of the Girabanian mountains. Can I pull up a map? No, okay. I'll pull it up when I get the chance. Okay. Girabania in the peaks. Numkrep, so okay. I'm just stupid. So yes, they settled atop those red peaks, and then they left again. Okay, but that's just Noah. I appreciate that even in this world they have their own Noah's Ark. Roads of Old, the colony. Sure. On the banks of the Thaliak and the Dravanian hinterlands. The Sharlayan colony once thrived. This is a mere outpost to study the ethereal sea of the year 1311 on the 6th astral era. Scholars especially have found the facilities wanting, and the demands encourage a gradual expansion in structures and services. Hoping to share in the renowned wisdom of the Sharlayans. 50 years later, the forum passed a motion to recognize what would become a flourishing town, official Sharlayan colony. Took to calling the colony itself Sharlayan, which led to no small amount of confusion when discussions turned to the subject of the motherland. In response, some Sharlayan inhabitants, if pressed for a name, would simply refer to it as Emporium. Following the Exodus, however, goblins and treasure hunters claimed for themselves a corner of the abandoned their own Idleshire. Bam, bam. The voice of a growing city. In the years which followed the founding of Sharlayan, civic policy and other matters of import were decided at the Ecclesia, a public forum at which every citizen was eligible to speak. As the city's population grew, however, this format became increasingly impractical. The larger number of participants gave rise to ever longer debates, resulting in significant delays of vital resources. Resolutions. I read that wrong. Various measures were introduced in an attempt to curtail the protracted discussions, but in the year 201 of the 6th astral era, it was ultimately decreed that Sharlayan would transition to a new form of governance. The nation would now be led by a body of 99 members, citizens chosen from amongst their peers by means of a nationwide vote. Thus was the forum as we know it today conceived and created. Okay, so they're the closest we have to a representational democracy. If you like the guy and you like his policies, you vote him in. That makes sense. I already know all about that. I am an astrologian in my own right. That's a fiction book. Stewards of Wisdom. Okay, that looks interesting. During the chaos of the 6th Umbral Calamity, Archon Numkrep, founder of Sharlayan, bore witness to the madness and savagery of men brought to the brink of despair. Upon raising a settlement on an island in the northern empty, he instructed his people thus. Renounce the ways of war and pursue enlightenment through knowledge and reason. The Sharlayans took to heart the words of their savior and thenceforth served as stewards of wisdom. Upon a foundation of accumulated learning, they built a homeland unlike any other, a nation born from strength of minds rather than strength of arms. With knowledge of economics came shrewd trading. With knowledge of agriculture came bountiful crops. Engineering brought wells and sewers, ending squabbles over water. Wealth of expertise could be bartered for wealth in coin, and the more their wisdom spread throughout the world, the more mankind as a whole would thrive. And so it was that no matter the trials and tribulations of the age, the citizens of Sharlayan would live by their founders' teachings. For the sake of a better tomorrow, for the sake of a brighter star, they would eschew the tools of war and with knowledge deliver the world. Okay. My issue is with everything I've read so far is that, to my understanding, the Sharlayans are supposed to use the knowledge they have gained in order to better the world. That's why they send people out. They steward and they keep knowledge, but it is supposed to be for the betterment of everybody. And yet, they keep closing their doors and shutting people away. It seems counter to every foundation that I've been told they follow. Sorry, were you waiting long? Not particularly, my dear. I wanted to make sure I'd borrowed at least a few promising volumes. Alfino and Kryl should be along shortly. I was delayed in a similar fashion. As far as I could see, no titles in the Archon stacks mentioned the final days specifically, so no choice but to start with the tangentially relevant tomes, if they are even that. At present, the plan is to skim through them as quickly as we dare and share our discoveries as we make them. It would have been nice to invite everyone to the estate, plenty of comfortable places to read, and a ready supply of hot tea. Oh, I was always quite fond of reading outside. But it's not about the little pleasures, is it? You miss your home. It's been difficult. After our arrival, we managed to speak with one of the family servants and ask how things were. It seems our dear father has instructed the staff that even if Alfino and I were to return to Sharlayan, we were not to be allowed to cross the threshold. That makes sense. He disowned you. A harsh measure indeed. I hope that our efforts to understand his position and that of the Forum will perhaps lead to a reconciliation. We'll mend this drift one day. I'm certain of it. And what of you, Graha? Have you been to visit your family? Or do they not live here in the city? Well, my situation is also somewhat complicated. I was raised in Sharlayan, yes, but I was born rather further away. In the southern reaches of Ilsabard, in fact. For generations, my people have dwelt in Corvo, a coastal region opposite the island of Thavna. The Alligans founded a city in that fertile land, and by ship brought in the subjugated tribes of the Mikote to serve as labourers. Of course, the massive earthquakes of the Fourth Umbral Calamity brought an end to the Empire's reign. When the Fifth Calamity froze the seas solid, many of the tribes still living in Corvos braved the journey back to Eorzea. My ancestors, however, chose to remain, that they might prevent the remnants of Allagan technology from being misused. Isn't Corvos under Garlean rule? For the past 50 years, yes. Some semblance of local culture remains, as is the case for most imperial provinces, but Garlemald renamed the region Locus Amoenus. When I was a boy, a nearby town came under the jurisdiction of an illustrious imperial family, the nobles of House Darnus. Yeah, shame about what happened to them. House Darnus demonstrated a singular interest in Allagan civilization, and so my tribe was forced to consider a plan of action. For some time already, voices had been raised in favor of abandoning our ancient customs. After all, the Allagan Eye no longer passed to our eldest children as reliably as it once had. Fear of discovery eventually tipped the scales, and the decision was made to bury our ties to the knowledge and traditions of Allag. As the last child born with the Allagan Eye, I was given over to the custody of friends in the students of Baldessian, who had me registered as a Sharlian citizen. I never even considered. Forgive me, it was an unkind question. Even Thancred was taken in by Archon Louisoix, was he not? Stories of adopted wives and rescued orphans are more common among Sharlians than you might think. Yet, regardless of our origins, we are all provided with an equal opportunity to learn, and with sufficient perspicacity, we outsiders can even earn the vaunted title of Archon. It is exactly why I have such love for this country, and why I wish it to remain a nation of which its citizens can be proud. Here, another good reason to get to the bottom of the foreign stubbornness, aside from the trifling matter of our impending doom. Excuse us while we try to make some headway into these books, Lex. More company should be arriving any moment now. That's fine. Welcome, welcome. We've returned with our selections. Although I must say the pickings were quite slim indeed. Mistress Kyle has already flicked through every history book devoted to disasters, and more than a few which barely made mention of them. As such, we'll be looking into research papers on the Umbral calamities, as well as articles written by prominent forum members. Perhaps their knowledge of the final days comes from an unexpected source. Speaking of which, might I ask you a few questions related to the final days? Sure. I'm the only one here who didn't witness the events of Amarot firsthand, and fear I may be overlooking critical details. I'm your guy. My thanks. Now, where to begin? First things first. What kind of phenomena did the ancients encounter as the final days drew nigh? The beasts. Destabilization of creation magics. Yes, the unfolding catastrophe wrought havoc on all manner of life. The chaos extended to the ancients themselves, causing their powers of creation to spiral out of control. Fear and despair manifested in terrible, tangible fashion. Meteors raining from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, indescribable abominations prowling the streets. That more or less aligns with my understanding. If the only arts of creation had survived to the present day, we might have had something substantial to analyze. Well, primals don't. Best of it sure surmises the closest known magic is that of the summoning rituals, yeah. Was there aught else of note which heralded the approach of the final days? They say it began with a keening sound from the land itself. Ah, yes, the Amortines spoke of it, didn't they? We never did hear this sound ourselves, of course, thrust as we were into the midst of madness. but it seems that each and every one of the catastrophes was preceded by this ominous noise. Eventually it resounded all across the star, and not even Amarant was spared. Heyo, heyo. Welcome, welcome. A fine and cultured city it has been indeed. If a little on the nose with how Greek it is. So the ground was crying out, you say? To be considered the harbinger of doom, it must have been quite distinctive, and probably quite loud. I have to speak with one of the Nuamon's Mammoths and ask after any books which make a mention of such a sound. I think we know about it. Last but not least, would you describe how the ancients sought to quell this unprecedented calamity? What definitive action did they take? Well, they summoned Zodiac. That's pretty definitive. Yes, with Elidibus serving as his heart, so many gave themselves in sacrifice to bring him into being. We do not know exactly how Zodiac brought salvation to the star, only that by his godlike will were the laws of nature set aright. Then, once the balance was redressed, the ancients offered up a further sacrifice to heal the ravages of the final days. Life sprouted anew, and it was these fledgling souls they intended to render unto Zodiac, a trade that would have allowed them to resurrect the shades of loved ones absorbed by the primal. Or might have, had Venar and her followers not manifested their opposition in the form of Hydaelyn. But none of this is anything that has happened to us. We've seen what they're doing with those towers of theirs, is forcing people to summon primals a kind of catalyst. Are they attempting to mirror the conditions caused by unstable creation? That's a good idea, Kryl. Actually. Or are they simply using the final days as a figure of speech? A convenient metaphor for the scale of destruction they plan to unleash. Well, given that we have come to understand so far, Fandaniel is cult middle management, I wouldn't be surprised if he was just using it as a metaphor. I don't even know if he knows what the final days are. He seems to have more memories as Amon than he does as Fandaniel. But this is all just pointless conjecture at this stage. Let us return our attention to the forum, shall we? We should keep an eye out for Stola, but 'tis time we began studying these research papers. Books, 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 books. So many books. I'm not gonna read. Hello, Stola. I'm the last, am I? Well, my extended search of the Archon stacks produced one or two possibly useful books, but I wouldn't get your hopes up. If you recall, Rianger learned of the source's reflection from the Geran oracles. For its potential to cause panic and confusion, the tome was deemed apocrypha and sealed away in the Great Google Library. It is even less likely that knowledge of the unsundered world, not to mention the horror of the final days, would be left sitting on a shelf for any curious scholar to find. It stands to reason then that my colleagues, be they archons or counsellors, should perforce be largely ignorant of the subject. Hey, Fandaniel's theatrics. Yeah, his theatrics are annoying. What got me, I had a whole, a 5-minute rant about it earlier, was Final Fantasy XIV has this fantastic idea, or does this fantastic thing where they keep getting nihilism right on accident. by saying that we need to keep going no matter what, just no matter how big it is, how big the enemy is, because that's what nihilism is. It's the idea of your actions having meaning despite being nothing. But Fandaniel and his nihilism is we are tiny specks, we mean nothing, everything should die. But I'm really annoyed by the fact that it isn't his idea. He got all of his suicidal ideation from the morbid ramblings of the clone of a dead man. They're not his ideas. And I hate him for it. But that's neither here nor there. Which only supports the conclusion that whatever privileged wisdom is guiding the former's behavior is being kept secret from the rest of the nation. Not that I mean to excuse myself from reading duty. Whether they contain mention of the final days or no, these books could yet hold something of value. He is very jokerish, but Joker does stuff because it's funny. That's his reason. Fandaniel is doing all of this for a reason that is not his own. 1,000 years ago, he got tricked into being suicidal by a man who had already died. And I get it. He was in the Final Fantasy version of the Drukhari from 40K, where they had everything, so they needed more, and so they practiced more, and they needed more emotion and more experiences, and slowly devolved and corrupted themselves. And I get that. But also, he's suicidal because someone told him to be. Someone told him to be suicidal. Oh well. I'm not reading no damn books, you stoler. Fuck that. I do enough of that in real life. I'm not going to do more of that. Ugh. Oh dear, you look exhausted. But what about your studies? Were you able to find any books on the subjects I mentioned? Then the day was well spent. Should you wish to read them again, a man at the reference desk will point you in the right direction. For the moment, though, I suggest you take a well-deserved rest. You might be occupied with our research for quite some time. Bum, bum. Ready for a tea break? I know I am. Honestly, my neck and shoulders are going to calcify if I don't stretch my legs and walk around for a bit. You know the last stand down in the harbour, don't you? Come and meet me near the outside tables. I'll treat you to their coffee. It's quite good. I don't like coffee. Yeah. I really don't like coffee. I've been trying recently, actually, to drink coffee. As weird as it sounds, when I wake up for these streams, I've been brewing myself a pot of coffee. It's in a French press that's like 10 years old, with some mediocre coffee, and I have been drinking it, and it just doesn't taste very good. I've been putting milk in it, I've been putting sugar in it, I've been putting honey in it. The only way to make it taste nice is to have it cold and with so much sugar you can't taste the coffee anymore. And at that point, what's the point? That's not coffee, that's coffee flavored milk and sugar. You know, I can just go to the store and buy a Masters at that point and I'll get the same effect. It's just, I need someone to sit me down and go, these are all of the good coffee. And be like, this, and this. I still don't think I'd like it. As busy as ever, I see. How very Charlian that no other gourmet cafe has sprung up to compete for customers. Actually, this crowd gives me an idea. Before we place an order, why don't we ask a few questions and gauge the mood of the city? I'm interested to hear what the average citizen has to say about the Telophoroi. We might even learn something new. Worth a try, don't you think? So latte, then? No, because latte still tastes too much like coffee for me. If by latte you mean a shot of espresso with a bunch of milk and a bunch of foamed milk specifically. I know because I took a barista course a very long time ago to try and get a job. And that didn't turn out very well. It's I don't. The only time I have enjoyed coffee is when it's black as sin and at the top of a mountain. You know? And I only liked it because of the physical exertion. Very peaty. Exactly. Why would I want to eat dirt or taste dirt? No, I'll stick with my tea. Thank you very much. My English breakfast that I drank too much, and then my green tea. Misunderstand, sir. We are simply wondering if you knew of the Telophoroi. These enemies of peace have promised an end to all we hold dear. Wait, you're that house level girl, aren't you? And this man with you is obviously a foreigner. I heard you were disowned for helping outsiders indulge their barbaric whims, and here you are giving truth to the rumor. I think you'd leave me be. I've not to say to the likes of you. That's very kind of you. Well, I must apologize. It was foolish of me to expect an ounce of civility from one so enlightened. Come. One green tea with extra healthy polyphenols, please. What the hell's a polyphenol? Natural micronutrient-rich compounds found in plant-based foods that act as antioxidants to fight inflammation, protect against chronic... Oh, okay. So they're good for you. You typed that up. It sounded like you were mocking me for it. No, I like green tea for the taste. I only eat or drink stuff if it tastes nice. And I definitely don't have a Diet Coke addiction. Definitely don't. I didn't just clean my desk and now have 6 cans on my desk. uh, Anyway. Yes, I don't believe I've had the pleasure. Pray excuse the interruption, but we were hoping you might share your thoughts on the Telophoroi and their unconscionable plans. My goodness, if it isn't the young Miss Leveilleur! My apologies, but I work in the offices of the Forum, and if word reached Master Fortuneau that I was helping you. I see. We're sorry to have bothered you. You should have realized this was going to happen, Alize. No offense, but you're probably one of the most recognizable people in the city, I say, taking a sip from my Diet Coke. Welcome, sir. What can I offer you today? Wait, is that Mistress Alize I see there? My word, how long has it been? Far too long. Meet Dickon, the owner of the last stand. I used to frequent his cafe on occasion, in between lessons at the studium. I like the taste of green tea. Mental health is a bonus. Diet Coke. Oh God, Lucozade. Oh, it's been so long since I've had Lucozade. Oh. 10 plus years since I've had a bottle of Lucozade. I remember I could only get them on the side of a rugby pitch. After a good half, we get a sip of Lucozade and an extra covering of Vaseline for the cold. And told to get back in there. The proper orange flavored Lucozade. Oh God. You don't get them down here in Australia. They just don't import them. Not worth it. I have found Vimto though. I'm enjoying a good selection of Vimto. That seems like an age ago now. I remember hearing that you and Master Alfino would set sail for Eorzea, but then you never came back. Lately, there's been gossip that your father disowning the pair of you. Everything all right at home? It's complicated, and I hadn't expected complete strangers to be so familiar with our situation quite so quickly. Everyone has an opinion, it seems. Iron brew? Aye, there's iron brew down here. Luckily, I'm in a section of Australia that is exclusively POM, which just means people who've moved from England and the UK. So yes, we get a lot of iron brew. It's in the English section. There's a lot of staples. There's a lot of custard. There's a lot of Devondale custard. For whatever reason. And Yorkie bars. They love Yorkie bars here for whatever reason. Well, it is House Leveilleur. No matter how discreet Master Fortuneau may have been, news of your family's doings never stays secret for long. Things being what they are, what brings you back to the city now of all times? We have questions, and only Charlian has the answers. Tell me, Master Dickon, have you heard anything about an apocalypse called the Final Days? What? Like the end of the world? Nothing like that, I'm afraid. And that's what you're here to find? Information on this apocalypse? Yes, whatever we can learn. Unfortunately, your patrons appear to be unwilling to speak with me. Thank you for your kindness in not destroying the nation of Australia. Your grace knows no bounds. Oh, Wish there was more I could do to help. Maybe there is. You're a visitor, Charlian, aren't you? I am. Then few will know your face. We should be able to pass you off as a server, we're none the wiser. We just finished preparing a few orders. Strike up some friendly conversation while you're setting down the food, and you might just get the answers you're looking for. Not a bad idea. I hate to ask, but what do you think? I helped a very kindly anxious elephant man sell his fish. I can do some waiting. That's fine. The tea set is for the chatty group sitting by the water's edge. The omelette is for one of our regulars, a Highlander by the name of Gisela. She's sitting at an outside table with a friend. Behind them you should see a Makote gentleman. He ordered the oven-baked lobster. Tea to the chatty group. Lobster to the Makote, and whatever the hell the other one was to the other lady. Normally you get like a pen and paper. The chatty group gets the tea set. Oh, my tea set. Lovely, thank you. The Talofa who? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them, or their final days. My friends and I are somewhat uninformed when it comes to current events. Now, if you wanted to hear about ritual arcane practices of the 6th Astral Era, common or esoteric, then I'd be happy to talk your ear off. Pen and papers for rookies? Pen and paper will save many. I've used pen and paper for most of my life, and I know my memory shit. You get the omelette. 2, 4, 6, 8. Let's dig in. No time to waste. What? The Telofroi? Oh, yes, I remember seeing the name in the latest Gazette. That and some grand claim about the end of days. Same old senseless warmongering. When will these fools grow tired of spilling each other's blood? Best to stay out of it, I say. The Forum made the right choice, and I fully support our decision to remain neutral. Fair enough. You lot are all... Nah. Urbane banter with a smile. No, he wants his lobster. At last, the oven-baked lobster is mine. You have no idea how long I've scrimped and saved and suffered for this heavenly dish. The final days? This is the first I've heard of it. Although that would explain why my friend has been rushed off his feet. It must be a busy time to be a gleaner. You don't know what a gleaner is. They're collectors of a sort. Travel the world, procuring things we haven't got here in Charlian. Priceless books, unusual live specimens, and so forth. They're so named for those folk who trail after the reapers in the fields, picking up every grain which was missed. Aye, by all accounts, gleaning is a most meticulous and demanding profession. Alpha, stop climbing over the patrons. If these Telofroi made good on their audacious threats, then many uncatalogued rarities could be lost forever. Why else would the gleaners be buzzing about in such a frenzy? Watch the harbour and you'll see what I mean. They're carting loads in from the docks all day. It's never been this hectic before. Not like this. Gleaner. That's a term I've never heard before, but it makes sense. It's a fancier title than collector. Interesting. They seem unaware of the final days, aside from whatever vague news the gazettes are printing. Even Dickon had nothing to offer, and he's the best source of gossip in the city. If the foreign does have secret knowledge, then they've done an impressive job of ensuring no one whispers it in the wrong ear. In any case, thank you for playing the part so well. That cup of coffee I promised. Could I have a cup of tea? Let's enjoy our drinks somewhere else, shall we? Maybe behind the peristyle, away from the gossips and their wagging tongues. No. Coffee. Okay. I'll drink your coffee, I suppose. Oh, do they have a canal system here? Yes, this should do nicely. Out of the wind and out of sight. There are benches right there, my dear. We could have... Fair enough. My dear, you got jumped by your own father in a manner you could never have predicted. That was not the moment to make a witty rebuttal. That was the moment to look inward and to make sure you're doing what you want to do. And so long as you are doing that, what more could we ask? You are a leveilleur. They wouldn't, but you're welcome to think that. Those must be the gleaners I was told about. I'm pretty certain that was the same guy on both of those boats, but whatever. Hmm. How do they keep it alive? Yes. That makes sense. I mean, that makes sense, but can I go there? If it's some ultra important underground facility for keeping stuff. We need documentation for pretty much everything, so... We should tell the others what we've learned about the Gleaners. Go on ahead to Nuamon, and I'll join you in a moment. Master Dickon will want his cuts back. Always right and proper with you, isn't it? Fair enough, but that's what makes her an interesting character. She's all rough around the edges until she has to do something with manners, and then she's properly prim and proper. A quiz. Oi, jump over the Lalafell, check. Welcome back, Lex. Been for a walk and cleared your head, have you? Done more than that. Not exactly. We did some impromptu investigating and turned up information on the Gleaners. There's a lot of them, apparently. I don't know, it looked like a pretty ordinary boatload to me. It makes sense. The Gleaners take their requests directly from institutions and bureaucrats, but as you say, they ultimately answer to the Forum. A sudden and significant increase in cleaner traffic and in cargo, it certainly does give the impression of an overarching plan being put into motion. Yeah, he just kind of shows up every so often. I'm being stalked by a random bearded gnome. Let us see what theory we can build from the facts. As Y'shtola observed earlier, Numenon's archives appear to contain no information concerning the final days. Coupled with what Lex and Alize learned at the last stand, we can be reasonably sure that most Sharlians know nothing of that particular period of ancient history. Yet my father and his colleagues are not only familiar with the final days, but are also somehow certain that the destruction being perpetrated by the Telophoroi is wholly unlike these apocalyptic events. Moreover, the Forum claims to be so preoccupied by a duty of such pressing importance that they saw fit to unanimously deny Eorzea's request for aid. And now the Gleaners, official agents of the state, have been mobilized on an unprecedented scale. I do not think it a stretch to conclude that the Gleaners' recent activities are in service to the Forum's secretive ends. In which case, our next course of action seems obvious. We visit Labyrinthos and assess the situation for ourselves, and if we're lucky, the Gleaners will be far more receptive to our questions. Well, if they're agents of the state, we're essentially asking the CIA to tell us. A fine idea. I'm glad you approve. You'll be disappointed, I promise. As for myself, there are a few more subjects I should like to research. I may join you later, but feel free to leave behind your borrowed books and be on your way. I'll see to it that each is returned to its proper place. That would be a great help. Do I not need a pass or anything? Do I just get to go in? That seems very unlike the rest. As is the rule of law, you have to jump over a Lalafell. Oh, okay. Off you trot then. Come on, my dear. Come on. I can only shuffle so slowly. Oh, thank God. What's the point in having her walk? They're just... They're just fucking around with stuff for the fun of it. Isn't that the way to the rostra? She runs funny. Okay. Over here? What? Oh. Weird quest step. Okay. Sure. I like the people following you around. Makes sense. But hopefully they don't do that again. We're all here now, yes? I've taken the liberty of securing permission for our group's descent. Right, everyone onto the lift and down we go. uh, There's no sun at the moment, Emmett. Is that a windmill? How do you simulate air pressure in, or changing air pressure in an underground place like this? I think it was... It's nighttime, Kryle! There's no sun! I don't think I was supposed to be here this time. That makes sense. Oh, you alright, my dear? No. Everything alright? Did I tell Cryle about the fact that I bumped into the physical manifestation of Heidelin? I don't think she knows yet. Should probably tell her at some point. Dobbin's a good name. You want to know what I'm doing? All in books, and ore, and fauna. If it needs hauling, I haul it. Every decade or so, they take stock in Labyrinthos. You know, sort and tidy up the inventory. Never seen an operation like this before, though. They just did one a few summers ago, even. And with no warning at all, this mess gets dropped in our laps. Orders from on high. Damned if I know the reason. Could be that they're changing the layout, preparing for the next big expansion. I'm being stalked by a random fucking Lalafell. Now you got me on edge. Let me think. The rear sheet should be item 1058, cumin seeds 1059, Snowbleberry 1060, 1061. Ah, my head feels like it's stuffed with mogo grass. Why more loads to take out than carry in? Why do all this at once and risk misking it up? What if someone mistakes the Kurthan carrots for the Girabanian carrots? What then? That's a very, very specific issue that I completely understand. You here to help or give me more headaches? Because you don't have the look of a gleaner, and I'm in no mood for idle chatter. One of my colleagues was so exhausted he took a tumble and crashed into a pile of crates. Now I have a pack of marmots running loose. Any luck? What tales did the gleaners have to tell? All of this stuff. So this grand operation began without warning, and for every item they bring in, they're sending more inventory somewhere else. That would explain the haggard faces I've been seeing. We were right. The Forum is definitely up to something, and they're turning Labyrinthos upside down in the process. He's tremendously helpful. Okay. I don't trust you. When I find him, I'll find him. We would do well to learn more of what, specifically, the Gleaners are being tasked to do, as well as who has tasked them to do it. If you're game, I have an idea. Why am I... Okay. I can go and get some marmots. You don't say, I'll turn my charms up on this person right in front of them. You wish to help me find the marmots? I have nothing suitable to pay you for your services, but if you're offering out of the goodness of your heart, I'd welcome the assistance. He's literally an S-class healer? You see now. Okay. For mercy, there are no other marmot species on this tier at present, so there should be no mistake in our little fugitives. If you happen to catch any, stuff them in this sack. Gently, of course. Be on your guard. I'm running out of voice. Oh, there they are. Okay. Stompy, stompy, stomp, stomp. Dead. A wee bit overleveled. No. I'm getting a sack, you bastard thing. Okay. Ugh. Now, where could they be? Ah, there they are. Oh, you didn't just die. Tougher than you look. Sack. Get in, sack. Oh, Rule of 3, always got to do something 3 times. I assume these misters are what they're using to control the pressures. Or the pressure in this dome. If you put a bunch of mist in one section and not a lot in the other, you create an artificial pressure difference. That's going to be up there, isn't it? Rat! Don't mind me, big fella. There it is. Why are you hiding from me? Get in, sack. Oh, thank God. Hang on, he said marmots with an S. Am I gonna have to go back out and do this again? Yeah. You're rat. Okay. How did you fare? I tracked down 3 of the pack, which leaves 1 unaccounted for. 1 rat. Ah, there's the odd marmot out. Wait here a moment while I put our friends in a holding cage. Not voiced cutscene. Thankfully, the marmots seem to be unharmed. They've held up well in isolation, but it's much too soon to release them into the habitat. It's a good thing we were able to recapture them so swiftly. You have my thanks. What will you do with the marmots now? That's more interesting. That's for the Forum to decide. They are the guiding authority behind Labyrinthos, after all. This job was but one small part of this great inventory of theirs. Suitable for consumption and easy to breed. Those were the two conditions I was given for the stock I was instructed to procure. So they're going to be turned into farm animals? I don't know what the Forum has planned for these creatures, but at the very least I doubt they'll be served for dinner today or tomorrow. But they will be served for dinner at some point. Is this the gleaner you mentioned? The one who was looking for lost marmots? Indeed he is. Interesting company you keep, friend. Who are you folk, anyway? I am Kryl, of the students of Baldessian. These others are my associates. Truth be told, the Forum's decisions of late have not sat entirely well with us. That is why we made the descent into Labyrinthos. We hoped that by seeing those decisions put in action, we might more fully understand their reasoning. Wise and practical. Never hurts to try and gain a broader perspective, does it? Anyways, duty calls, other animals to capture and enclosures to empty. Once again, I'm sorry that I can't afford you more for your services. We have talked to you for too long. You are going to be important. Did you learn anything new from your friend there? Nothing much, no. Well, we know they need easy to breed and consumable animals, which in my mind suggests a bunker of some kind. Some bunker against the end of the world. Maybe that's why they're not concerned. They're gonna do a fallout on us and sequester themselves and wait for it all to blow over. I'd say that fits with everything we've heard thus far. We also discovered when the operation was begun. The Forum contacted the Gleaner's guild ship and put their people to this great work some 4 days after the Telophroi made their chilling declaration. As seasoned travellers, the Gleaners kept abreast of news from every corner of the world out of necessity. Thus am I inclined to trust that their calendar of events is accurate. Yet I find it hard to believe that such a comprehensive restructuring of Labyrinthos and its archives could have been planned in so brief a window. Nay, this plan was long in the making. They were but awaiting the right time to put it in effect. And the Telophroi declaration was what set it all in motion. It seems likely, but let us not leap to conclusions just yet. For the moment, I suggest we conduct a wider investigation of Labyrinthos. The more facilities we visit, the more pieces of the puzzle we stand to find. In that case, how about we head to the Archeon? From there we can reach the lower. Oh no! Are you okay, Kryl? That's the second time this has happened. I am fine. Truly. The descent has left me with a bit of a headache, that's all. Nothing that will stop me from soldiering on. Let's be about it then. At least allow me to take the lead. I'm fairly certain I remember the way to the Archeon. Oh. Another elevator. Are you sure that's going to be good for your headache, Krile? You had nothing. You had nothing. I definitely didn't miss my keyboard and smack my hand into a giant pile of Diet Coke cans. Absolutely not. uh, uh, uh. Like, they're as much a part of the room as I am. Oh no, you see, that's where you're wrong. These are not 330 milliliter cans, my friend. This is Australia. We have to be weird. They're 375 milliliter cans. For no fucking reason. They're just a little bit bigger. Anyway. I need it. My throat's gonna kill me. Behold the Archeon. As Numenon serves as Sharlayan's literary archive, so does this structure house the city's wealth of material data. The architecture, too, is similar. This building you see is merely the upper entrance, an access point to the vault carved into the cliffside itself. Within those vast rooms are stored countless samples and specimens, as well as the detailed records what describe them. In a manner of speaking, the Archeon contains a physical history of Sharlayan's unwavering dedication to the accumulation of knowledge. Yeah, we get a whole 45 milliliters more than you. And I can't remember the size of bottles, but I think we get an extra 90. They're 650 ml here. I don't remember how big they are back in the UK. It's been 10 years. Just to be weird and wacky and wild and Australian, you know. Shits and giggles. For gits and shiggles. Well, we won't learn anything of value standing out here. Let us proceed into the main building and speak with the custodian. I'm pretty sure I have this one. Yeah, I do. So. Poragchin. That's a good name. A frog! I saw a frog. Yay! Greetings. We are here to peruse the Archeon's vaults. Peruse? You're clearly not gleaners, then. Might I ask your affiliation? We belong to the students of Baldessian, but is that relevant? I was given to believe that the vaults, those open to the public at least, were open to the public. Ordinarily, yes, that would be the case. At present, however, access is restricted. Only persons directly involved in the reorganization efforts are permitted to enter. Not us, then. I suppose we had better move along to another facility. This building has a lift which connects to the middle tier, yes? Might we at least make use of that? That service has also been suspended, I am afraid. For the time being, priority has been given over to the conveyance of inventory. What? So this is as far as we can go? I apologize for the inconvenience. Please come again after our restructuring operation is concluded. By that time it will be too late. We were so close to getting answers. We need to rethink our approach. Let us step outside for a moment, shall we? Students of Beldersian. Someone doesn't think much of us. Go fuck yourself. We are at an impasse. As we have no other leads, I should like to pursue this one further. But I doubt that our stone-faced custodian will be swayed by heartfelt pleas. We must seek another means to access the lower levels. We can jump. I saw a wall. That was it. It is likely the people in this area are involved in the restructuring in one way or another. If we were to ingratiate ourselves, they might allow us to accompany them on the lift. Let us ask around. Surely someone is in need of a few strong backs to lighten the load. Yeah, it's a cliff. We can jump. Surely someone knows the equivalent of featherfall. Nope, not in the nooks and crannies. What's that? Take you down on the lift with me? Sorry, but not a chance. I've been up and down all day, and only now have I found a spare moment to rest. I did see a cleaner fellow head out the gate there, though, shouldering a large pack, engaged in some manner of task. Maybe he'll be headed down below after he's done with whatever it is he's doing. I hate when they just give you the answer in one of them and not in the other one. If I get the one that has the answer, I should just be able to go do it. Am I taking the lift? Oh, no, we're just students. They would let us into the Archeon, even though we found... Actually, we have no idea what it is we found. There's no such record of a creature anywhere. But it was wandering around tranquility, and so we thought to donate it to the vaults. What a little squeal, don't you think? Anyway, I suppose we'll have to take care of it until the Archeon is open again. Hang on, tranquility. Let me check if that's... No, okay. I thought maybe it could be. That was where Tataru lost her carbuncle. I wondered if maybe it was that. Ah. There's the sun. It's a rather interesting sphere. Oh, it's Erenville again. I knew you would be important. Quiet, you'll frighten it away. Oh, it's you again. I don't mean to be rude, but I'm in the middle of another task. The Cloudkin I need to capture is close. Very close. You wish to help me with this too? You spend your time in unusual ways, my friend. Still, 2 hunters are generally better than 1. Very well. Oh, that's part of the music. I thought there was something dying in the background. No. Okay. The canal here is a common gathering spot for birds of all kinds, but the one I'm after today is the hornbill. Its feathers are green, it cries a distinctive caw. Single it out and shoot it with this sleeping dart. Oh, it's just shooting game. Okay. I can do that. Yeah, that's a pretty interesting looking sun. I appreciate the attempt at God rays, but I mean, it's better than it just fall for me. No, whack whack. You. Good at shooting stuff. Thank you. I practiced. Oh no. He's Scandinavian. Oh no, I have to pull that voice back out. Okay. That's fine. Bird. It's kind of about it. You're more important than you let on, then. Okay. So your secret society has a secret society. That's cool. Whatever. They need something to eat. And it sounds like they're collecting. Given everything we just read about Njumkrep, Ark. They're building an ark. They're going to follow in their founder's footsteps. how they're going to build an ark for the end of the world is another matter entirely. But yes, they're going to 2x2 all the animals, and they're going to make stuff that can be eaten and bring all of the stuff along, and then all the people they deem as important, quote unquote, will be allowed on board, and everyone else will just have to die off, you know. Who needs them? I'm still gonna say Fallout Vault. Probably that big circular thing in the middle looks prime for being a vault-like structure. And maybe they're doing secret magics on shields and stuff. Actually, hang on. Earlier, Moonbreeder's parents got they're part of this whole project, aren't they? They were experts in aetherology, in teleportation, were they not? Maybe they're going to teleport somewhere? I really don't know. Are we teleporting to Meracidia? They're really harping on about this whole migration thing. So maybe it's a more literal arc, and they're just building a giant boat. Or they're gonna teleport us somewhere. Mm-hmm. Do tell. That's a little too convenient. I have his backpack. I have his backpack. Somewhere. Sorry, that was a random ADHD thought. I wanted his backpack, and then I remembered I had. It's not that much of an ADHD thought. It's a fashion item, I think. I want to wear it. Fashion accessories. Backpack. Pack on the back. Yeah. Now I look like I'm ready to go. It makes me run funny. I wonder if it goes into cutscenes with me. Accessory in use. Does it go away if I attack stuff? I'd be really sad if it did. This must be it. The entrance to the mine shaft. 'Tis faint, but I hear something moving within. Creatures homed there by the researchers, you think? Well, slavering beasts aside, we will need to watch our footing. We should tighten our straps and such before we continue. Assuming everyone's tightened their straps and checked their gear, then I say we head on in. Given the terrain ahead, though, it might be wise to leave some distance between us. We don't want to be stumbling over each other if it comes to a fight. Take it slow, and don't forget to check your surroundings from time to time. We can meet up again on the other side of the tunnel. I can fly there. Is it really that treacherous? It's... I don't... They said it was going to be like a... They were talking about it like it was going to be a cliff. And it's... really not. That's the flattest cave I think has ever caved. No, it stays on even in combat. Yay! We'd love to see that. Do not like this music. This is it's not bad. It's just it's toy box music. Why is there toy box music in my underground society? Does it stay on if I mount something? No, it doesn't. Oh. Aren't you in a scientific... Yeah, I suppose you could see it like that. Yeah, I wouldn't have thought of it like that. That... Whatever the hell that percussion steam thing is, I don't like that, especially. I know, the violins are cool. I guess I was expecting something a little more relaxed. This seems very upbeat for the end of the world, you know? Everyone seems to have made it through without incident. Nothing of consequence, at least. And as promised, the tunnel has delivered us into the medial circuit. As I recall, this tier is where they keep a wide variety of samples for agricultural promotion. If Everinville's assumptions hold true, that specimens are being collected in preparation for a great migration, then we should see evidence of such plans in the area's research projects. Let's follow the path to the nearest farming facility and see what we see. Okay. Oh, I haven't seen them in ages. Not since Middle Lenosia, I think. What are they doing here? Okay. I like them. Grape. Pumpkin. Ah, now I know where we are. This is Merial Agronomics. Labyrinthos is host to a wide variety of vegetation, which allows us to conduct studies in cultivation methods utilized in foreign lands. And it is that this facility which coordinates and oversees these efforts. The fruits of their research go to feed the Labyrinthos colleagues, or so I hear. More notable successes might make it to the Agora. Food so exotic you'd be hard-pressed to guess their origin, let alone how they might taste. Indeed, mystery vegetables without a name, only a list of nutritional benefits scribbled on a card. I see no gleaners hereabouts, yet these workers seem to share that same sense of urgency. It is possible they know something of the forum's plans and their underlying motivations. Worth looking into, wouldn't you say? Sure. Let's see what you can coax from the workers. The rest of us will do the same, or cast about for useful clues. Bum ba bum bum ba da bum bum ba ba. Jibk. Jibki. Oh, hello there. We weren't expecting visitors. Not with use of the lift being restricted. How did you make it down here, anyway? There's a hole in your wall. The mine shaft, you say? Well, you're a much hardier soul than I. Under normal circumstances, I'd reward such tenacity with a guided tour of the fields, but I'm afraid the forum has us filling order lists a marm long. Massive yet detailed requests, literal wagon loads of crop samples, and hardly any time to put them together. When I first heard of this grand reorganization, I assumed we would be shuffling around old stock to make room for the new. Then came the orders for ridiculous quantities of seeds we've already thoroughly researched. Passing strange, eh? I pressed for an explanation and was met with vague assurances that all will be revealed in due course. Not the most satisfying answer. No, I can imagine. Just someone else who's a bit tired? Oh, do I have aught to be taken down below? All that I can carry and then some. Most of our stock is sent off via the cargo lift, but some of it has been earmarked for aerial transport, hence the stack of crates atop that hill over there. God, solving the lot of that slate was a job and a half. Every so often I play a game like this, and I hear about all these super tough things that people have been sent off to do, and then I go, oh, but that's not even hardly anything. And then I have to remember that I was, in fact, overworked and underpaid a lot when I worked my old jobs. And I wasn't supposed to be that tired. Holding boxes up there, that doesn't sound like half a difficult thing at all. But I suppose for some that would be. What crops are we raising? Well, as you can see, this one is a variety of grape. Only needs a good source of sunlight to grow, and then the conditions here are nothing short of perfect. Hardly surprising, given that it's native to a particular locale in the very place upon which Labyrinthus was modelled, a region in the south of Ilsabard. It boasts remarkable habitat diversity, allowing for myriad flora and fauna to thrive. Chilly peaks in the north give way to swaths of temperate plains, which in turn transitions into a hot, humid coastline. Such bountiful territory as ever contested, as you might expect, used to be called Corvus before the Imperials renamed it Locus Ammonius. The Forum saw it not as a prize, however, but as a researcher's ideal environment, one whose climes we strove to recreate within the confines of Labyrinthos. It's since provided a rich foundation for countless experiments in cultivation. That's good. Oh, the sunlight's beginning to go. I could feel my pupils opening. You are far too detailed to not be important. You can't be so obvious, game. Oh, who the bloody hell? Oh, I knew they were going to be important. Okay. Oh, what? Is it not ether? Okay. Something even the mighty Charlians don't know. I'm going to blame the Alligans. That seems a safe bet. It's always the bloody Alligans. Only these flowers, and there's a bunch of boxes and shit. But really, not that much. Really? That doesn't sound like you. You know what's going to happen? There's going to be a forum member stepping out of that bloody elevator. Oh, no, it's Aaronville. Okay. I'm getting dragged into this one way or another, so you're not going to be doing this alone, my dear. Oh, I clicked too early. That's my bad. Yeah, she's trying to have a chat with Heidelin, isn't she? Again, I just need to tell her that I've had a chat with her. Don't you dare go and become another bloody oracle, Kryl. Won't be having that on my conscience as well. Is Kryl still feeling unwell? I've never seen her so distracted. Keep an eye on her, but keep moving, too. We cannot let our quarry slip away. Erenville was headed westward along the path outside the Archeon. Come, we can still reach him. I'm just gonna fly there. Hold a moment. I have an idea. If memory serves, that colossal wall-like structure is Logisticon Beta, one of Labyrinthos's climate control centers. It should have its own lifts, with which one could access the upper or lower tiers. Aye, if I were an agent of the Forum, it would make for a convenient meeting place. But even if we happen to find Erenville in the company of said agent, we cannot expect them to reveal issues of importance as we nonchalantly stroll past. Nay, we shall have to remain undetected. If only Graha and his vanish spell were here. Oh, but there are other ways of turning invisible. Hippity hop, my little toads. I'm gonna have your fucking head when I get out of this. She's turned me into a goddamn frog, hasn't she? Yep. What is it with you Charlians and frogs? Unaccustomed to transfiguration? Worry not. It will wear off with the passage of time. I suggest you and your green companions hop along and catch up with Erenville. Should you feel the magic's fading, return to me and I will refresh the enchantment. What am I to do in the meantime? Wait here with me. In your current state of mind, you'd be as likely to leap into the jaws of a predator as you would learn anything of note. Yeah. That's fine. I'm fine with it. I just would have liked her to give some warning. Alpha's coming along for the ride as well. Good boy, Alpha. Oh, Y'shtola does not get a pass. She still has to warn me when she's going to do stupid things like this. There's only so much bullshit I can put up with on a single day. And Y'shtola consistently uses up all of it. A frog. Why is she staring into his soul? It's like a cat that's seen something. It was the slight slouch as well that gave it that did it for me. She's just really invested in whatever she's looking at. You can pet the frog. The frogs are petable. That's a hell of a statement. Hi. He knew. How did he know? We are but frog. We are but frog. And again, 3 frogs looking at you like that is pretty weird. Yeah. Fair enough. I thought I was a frog. I was not. I was a toad, apparently. I was trying to be the wrong animal. I suppose we should have known a gleaner who specializes in animal procurement would not be so easily deceived. Yet he seemed inclined to put his trust in us all the same. More importantly, perhaps, we've discovered a new piece of the puzzle. This momentous duty the forum agent mentioned. Charlian has been called to action, and the Telophoroid's declaration was the catalyst. Whatever charge it is they hope to fulfill, they deem it of sufficient import to disrupt all of Labyrinthos, not to mention ignore Eorza's request for aid. What duty could warrant the direct involvement of the Forum and the commitment of all its resources? Judging by what we just heard, none of the gleaners were offered any kind of explanation. At this point, it seems abundantly clear that we'll learn nothing new by pressing them further. We should head back to Stola and Kral for the moment, see what they think of this. Bam, bam, bam. I don't think Kral is thinking about anything, really. He's far too interested in those flowers. Let me just... Welcome back. Where's Kryle? Stola, how did you lose a whole ass woman? Interesting. I had a feeling you would learn something important, even if that something was simply a confirmation that no one knows much of anything. We should share this with Kryle, then discuss how we'd like to proceed. Assuming we find her back at the farm, she was still behaving oddly, so I bade her return and rest there. Perhaps not the best. Stola, you're a moron. She's going to have gone back to those flowers. There she is, yep. Kryle, my dear. She lost a whole ass woman on purpose. Did you finally get through to Heidelin, my dear? We've already had a chat. We had a chat on the boat. What more does she want? Fine, whatever. Hello, Heidelin. Good. Stay the hell off my planet. You're a primal, no? Then stop taking over my friends' bodies. We have things under control. Let me do my own thing, Heidelin. Yeah, they're playing answers on the piano behind her. All of my children, in whom life is abundant. I gotta stop being so on the nose. Good. Stay out of my friends' heads. I guess. Oh. She said that with such vitriol. That's. Those are strong words for what we were doing, but yes, I suppose. I still want to slap this man. Really hard. But I can put that aside for now. Technically, I'm the only person here who's foreign. Everyone here is either an Archon, a Baldassian, or a Leveilleur. I'm the only person that could be considered foreign. Oh, so what? We get put in front of a kangaroo court? Estinian's here, but not in this group. Right here, right now. That's what I meant. They're going to put us in front of a kangaroo court and pretend like it's a good idea. I've just realized that's very funny. Unless it's an important character, the only people who aren't wearing hats are the bunnies or the Hrothgar. Wait, it's the prick from the Astro quests. That's right, we never kicked him off. I have so much blackmail on you, buddy. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. The more you talk, Graha, the more certain I am that someone in the back is going to stand up and pull an Emmett Selk and put a bullet in you. So shut up. Let's get out of here, and we can talk about it later. Heidelin. They found Heidelin. Heidelin said that her power is most powerful in the ethereal sea, did she not? And if they studied the ethereal sea, they found Heidelin. She said the thing. She said the thing. Okay. You've clearly got a spell which stops you from talking about it. So I guess we're just at an impasse. Whisper any quieter, could you? Yeah, no hats. It was going to be important. Prick. Sorry. Well, at least we've been allowed to remain in the city, and our endless investigations have not been in vain. We now know that this mysterious duty of theirs began with whatever the Forum discovered in the ethereal sea. With our freedom so sorely curtailed, however, we will struggle to learn more of the disturbance here in Charlian. It's Heidelin. They found Heidelin. They couldn't not have found Heidelin. If she is in the ethereal sea, as I think, she'd be just a big bright light in the middle of it all. The overall picture has grown clearer, yes, but in spite of the Forum being so maddeningly vague about this duty of theirs, why are they so reluctant to explain their actions in plain words? Survival. Come what may, is father's work so vital that it takes precedence of his own family? Alfino, Elise, it is you. That's their mum, isn't it? When I heard you'd been dragged before the Forum, I came as swiftly as I could. I'm so very glad they allowed you to stay. It's their mum. Excellent news. I, am losing my voice, so I hope you don't mind if I just click through this last quest quietly. And you fine people must be the scions of the seventh dawn. How lovely it is to finally meet you. Mother, please, we don't wish to make things difficult for you. If word reaches father that you are here... Oh, bother that. Am I to be chastised for speaking with my own children? I am well aware that you and Master Fortuneau are not on the best of terms at the moment, but I've been absolutely desperate to see my darlings again. That's a good mum. Okay. What a delightful person. It's fine, my dear. Even if you have the prettiest princess doll, I'm not going to mock you for it. Everyone has something. Mine happens to be a giant pile of Diet Coca-Cola. That's a lot of servants. No wonder Alvina was such a prick. If he came from this to Eorzea. The Scion headquarters must seem squalid indeed. Mm-hmm. That's just Kryle's voice actor. I appreciate the attempt, but... Oh, I should very much like to read those. I'm glad. Oh, God. The pair of them are certainly something. I have a few stories tucked away, certainly. Ah, it's the outfit from the trailer. You look fair striking in that, Alize, I must say. She certainly has a touch to it. I feel rather more of a ragamuffin in my... what, rags? The two of them are showing... Well, they are very rich. The two of them are showing me up. This is all cute and wholesome and stuff, but it is taking far longer than it really should have. I'll look after them, as I always have. Even if I did want to punt your son into the nearest 100-foot drop. Not too long ago. And that, I do believe, is going to be the end of these split paths. Come on, Growl. There we go. And with that, I must bring this all to an end for today. It's been almost 7 hours. That is the longest stream I think I've ever done. And hopefully, it will be just as long, if not longer, tomorrow. Because I want to get this done as quickly as I can. Thank you for sticking around. Thank you for keeping company. I really appreciate it. As ever, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, wheresoever you are. And take care. Bye.